her demon mate by Celeste King. A dark fantasy. Chapter 1. Elia, 5 years earlier. I need to get a new set of needles, I decide. I cannot help but admire my work when I look down at the dead Zafan. He looks almost serene lying there on the cobblestone ground. It helps that this kill didn't have a lot of blood. His wings, large, bright and feathered, are flared out on either side of him on the ground. I'm getting better at this every day. I smooth my hand over his eyes that stare blankly at the ceiling and close them gently. Perfect. The Zafan I killed today is almost beautiful. His dark skin is bright and smooth, his body large and powerful. He has tight curly hair, and his eyes when he was alive were a striking grey. And I ended him. Something painful twinges in my chest, twisting in my stomach and rippling through my head, as I realize that I have, again, taken a life. I killed him. I breathe through the pain and the guilt, like I always do. I guess I haven't learned how to feel nothing when I kill. I get up and heft my satchel onto my shoulder, before I lean down and grab the Zafan by the feet. I drag his body into the middle of the street. Now you're just being arrogant, I say to myself, as a smile stretches across my face. I never used to leave my work where it could be found. But lately my hand has been so steady, my aim so true that I simply have to show off. I didn't even get any blood on me this time. I look up at the sky to ensure that I have placed the Zafan in the correct spot. There you are, I murmur out loud to myself. Footsteps pound on the ground somewhere close by. I look up at the moon, Neomia, that hangs full and fat and beautiful in the sky. Her light shines down on the city like a spotlight. And right now, the Zafan's body is directly in the centre of her light. I thought it would be fitting when I figured out that Neomia would be full tonight. Tonight is my last night in the city, and I want to leave my best work behind. Leaving a Zafan lying dead, bathed in Neomia's light, is the best I can do on short notice. And now they'll know, I mutter as I adjust the straps of my satchel. Now they'll know that someone is killing their kind off. The footsteps and shouts grow louder. The Zafan have been arriving at each murder scene more quickly, as if they have been tracking me. Who knows? Maybe they have. I slip away from the brightly lit street and head down a darker alleyway. The air is bright and sharp, with the scents of salt and seawater. I head for the docks. Like I said, it is my last night in the city. I have known for a while now that the Zafan would catch up with me eventually. I might be strong enough to trick and overpower one of them at a time, but I cannot escape an entire army of the creatures. I slow down in the doorway of an old, dilapidated building and pull my hair away from my face, tying it at the nape of my neck. I pull a cap over my head, and then I remove my jacket and pull on a long fisherman's coat. The coat is threadbare and covered in pockets filled with silverware. It also stinks like it's been dragged across the floor of a tavern, with some of the seams coming loose. I kick off my shoes next and pull on a pair of beat-up leather boots, finishing my fashionable ensemble with a pair of fingerless gloves. I stuff everything I have removed from my body into my already full satchel, because I am not in a financial position to throw anything away. And then, peeking around the doorway, I check to see if the coast is clear. My breath is shallow, and the hair on my neck stands on end. I tremble with anticipatory fear as I bolt from the doorway and head down another alleyway, just as a host of Zafans soar through the air above me. This morning, when I was getting ready, I didn't think I would actually be leaving New Solus. But I knew the time was coming, so I packed my bag anyway, giving everything that I couldn't carry to Mika from next door. I slow down when the docks come into sight and turn around for a second, looking out over New Solus. I admire the city that has been my home for as long as I can remember. It's beautiful. I'll give them that, I murmur to myself as I examine the city's skyline. The buildings are white and gold, each with a glittering spire that reaches to the sky. They all just want to be closer to Neomia, I think to myself. Sudden rage bursts through me so violently that I feel like screaming. Why couldn't they just stay on their own damn planet? My inner voice is desperate and hopeless. Now that the rage has subsided, all I want to do is throw myself to the ground and sob for everything I have lost. You killed him. I know that right then my tears must be glittering on my face as I stand directly beneath Naomia's moonlight. A host of Zaffan, their wings shining like the spires of their city, fly overhead as they search for the person who has been killing their kind. A shrill whistle resounds through the air, and I jump slightly. I hitch up the strap of my bag and turn to face the docks, a spray of seawater arcing through the air and drenching me in it as a boat leaves the docks. I'll be taking a trade vessel out of New Solus tonight. You make it sound like you bought a fucking ticket. My girl, you're simply hitching a ride, and no one else on the boat will know you're there. I have been scouting the movements of this particular vessel, manned by a Gorgon crew, for weeks now. Tonight they'll be leaving for Ikoth, a continent that will take me far away enough from New Solus that I hopefully won't be found. Because I know exactly what the Zaffan will do to me if they find out I am the one doing all the killing. I think grimly to myself as I head to the side of the vessel where no one can see me. The vessel is named the Medea, and she is a beautiful thing. She is sleek and large and powerful, and it is a pity that she is used as a trade vessel. There is a ladder on her side with a large gap between the walkway and the vessel. Beneath the gap is the ocean, filled with sea monsters that no human should ever have the displeasure of meeting. I have to stifle a hysterical laugh as I consider what might happen if I don't make the jump. You don't have a choice, my girl. I wipe my sweaty hands off on my coat, and when I look down, I see that streaks of blood have been left behind. I didn't even realize my hands were bloody. I push the burgeoning thoughts of twisting guilt and blaring rage out of my mind, and take a running leap off the side of the walkway. It is now dark enough on this side of New Solus that no one will see me. I cling to the first rung of the ladder, nearly slipping off in the process. I shudder as the lower half of my body is submerged in icy cold water. But I manage to pull myself up the ladder, and minutes later, I am stowed away beneath several boxes of season. The boat takes off several minutes later, and I close my eyes as a wave of nausea washes over me. The sky was red this morning, someone says right above me. I listen to the conversation between the captain of the ship, a Gorgon, and one of his passengers. A Zaffan, I realise. For once, I am not tempted to grab one of my knives and slit the creature's throat. Tonight my life is changing forever. Ikoth, I think tiredly to myself. Here I come.
Chapter 2. Azron. Present day. Well, that was fun while it lasted, I murmur to myself. I haven't decided yet if I am being sarcastic or not. The woman I have just bedded fell asleep quickly after we finished, and now she is curled up in a ball on one side of the bed. I wasn't planning on staying until she woke up, but the fact that she managed to hog all the blankets on a very large bed wouldn't have helped her case, had I decided to stay. I have been back in Ikoth, in Sarzirok, for several weeks now, and I have never been more bored than I am right now. I hated the war and everything that came with it. We all lost way too much because of this damned war with the Zaffan, and there is no getting it back. I tried a few months ago when I was first discharged from my service to go back to the person I was before, but I don't think he even exists anymore. Sometimes I cannot even remember the person I used to be. Sometimes I think that the person, this image I have in my mind, never existed at all. So yes, I hated the war, but at least fighting against the Zaffan gave me something to do. It gave me some sense of purpose. Killing the Zaffan was also a nice perk. Now all I seem to do since coming back to Ikoth is wander the streets and bed anybody willing to sleep with me. But even that is losing its appeal, and I can't believe I actually said that out loud. I mutter to myself as I button my shirt and step into my soft leather boots. The boots were a treat to myself after I returned to Ikoth from my post. Then I quietly head out the door of the rented room. The sun is setting over Sarzirok as I walk out of the inn and turn down the street. The air is warm and humid as always, and sweat pools in the small of my back almost immediately. I adjust the collar of my shirt as I head to the center of the city, towards my favorite tavern. I didn't miss the weather, that's for sure, I mutter to myself as the air becomes drier towards the center of Sarzirok. Buildings stretch interminably into the sky around me in hues of black or brown, all built from the natural rock that grows all around the outskirts of Ikoth. The sky is no longer bright as the sun sets rapidly, leaving only streaks of flaming orange behind. I didn't miss the color of the sky either, I think, as I examined the blood-red sky, streaked with fading sunlight. Now, after having seen so much blood, the color of the Akothian sky makes me shudder with cold nausea. But the sky changes at night, as everything in Ikoth does. The tavern is full of other demons when I enter, and suddenly I'm thrown back into the battlefield. Just breathe through it. The noise is just that. Noise. It isn't the Xaphans attacking. Just breathe through it. You're standing in the doorway, mate. A grumpy older demon shoves his way past me, and I'm shaken out of my stupor. I force myself to walk towards the bar. 2 shots of amaranth, please. No ice. The demon behind the bar is a matron, a female demon, and she looks at me with a raised eyebrow before sliding the purple liquid over to me. You look like you've been in the wars, she tells me. The corner of her mouth lifts in a brash smile. I knock back the sweet, burning liquid, not wanting to tell her how right she is. Instead of telling her that I've just come home from a literal war, I sit down at the bar and order another drink. It is clear after 20 minutes of talking to her that the matron wants to take me home. She isn't being subtle about it at all. Matrons very rarely are subtle about sex. But I don't think I have the energy for it. In fact, after I have finished my meal that I also ordered at the bar, I am just about ready to get home. Sarzirok's sky is finally dark enough not to give me waking nightmares, though a tinge of red always remains in the sky at all times. I leave the bar and continue walking away from the center of the city, taking the long route home and hoping that the cooler evening air will help to clear my head. I weave in and out of the dark, tall buildings that look more like they sprang organically from the ground, and not like they were actually built by demon hands. It's as though these rocks were here first, and our ancestors just came and carved homes into them, I think to myself as I inhale deeply. The air is only slightly cooler, and it isn't enough to stave off the effects of the amaranth, which I drank more of than I should have. I look up at the sky, at the endless dark, at the red streaked through it, at the pinpricks of light, which could be stars, but are more likely errant Zaphon flying to New Solus. I'm here, in Ikoth, and I have no idea what to do with myself now that I am here. The urge to return home to the tiny fishing community in Bilganith is stronger than ever, and I almost gasp out loud as something violent twists and uncurls in my chest. It feels like a monster has taken residence in a cavity where my heart should be. But I know that it isn't a monster, just sadness. You cannot go home now, I tell myself, my voice firm and stern. But you can get used to being back in civilization. You can start living again. I decide to finally head home to my loft, which is a little way away from the center of Sarzirok. Maybe a good night's sleep will help. Not that I've been able to sleep since most of my unit was killed. No, I don't want to think about this now. My voice cracks on the last word, and I shake my head until the images disappear. And then I am suddenly rounding the corner to my loft, which overlooks the ocean. My hands are curled into fists, my heart is thudding painfully fast in my chest, and my eyes are wet as I climb the steps to my apartment. The building that I live in is slightly newer than the rest of the buildings in Sarzirok, and it looks more like the buildings I saw in New Solus. It is still built with the same dark rock, but at least I don't feel like I'm living in a stalagmite. The passageway leading to my apartment is dark, and when I squint my eyes, I can see that the door to my apartment is open and is standing slightly ajar. I slow down because I'm quite sure that I left it closed, that I locked it before I left this morning. It is after midnight already, and nothing good can come of this door being open. I reach down for the knife that I keep holstered at my ankle, and I cannot help but wish for the armor I used to wear on the battlefield. It could be anything, I tell myself as I walk silently down the passageway. It could just be a hungry thief, looking to feed their children for the night. Or it could be a Zaphan, coming for revenge. I press my body against the wall as I come up to the door. A dim light glows from inside, and I peer around it. What I see inside makes me drop my hand, and I loosen my grip around the hilt of the knife. I let out a heavy breath, straighten my posture, and walk into the apartment, pushing the door open. "What are you doing here, sir? And this late too?" "Because the person who has invaded my apartment is General Gelged Sinel. He is the demon who led me into battle, who consoled me when my friends died. I wouldn't have survived without him, and if he's here, something bad is happening."
Chapter 3. Ilya. Present day. Mornings at the bakery are always busy, and today is no different. By 5 in the morning, I place the third batch of bread in to bake in the ovens. "You need to hurry up!" Tonalon, the owner of the bakery and my boss, snaps at me from where he is rolling the dough for 3 batches of goddess hearts. Tonalon introduced goddess hearts last year, and they have been our most popular item to date. They are knots of dough shaped into a heart. After they are baked, they are dipped into a sauce made of Naiman beans, and then fried and sprinkled with sugar. Tonalon first introduced these little pastries on demonic religious holidays, but the demand became so great that we're now selling thousands each day. He even had to hire 2 more bakers to help keep up with the demand. "The next batch is in. I need to sweep the front of the store. Then I'll come put the hearts into the oven." Tonalon grunts where he stands as he kneads a new batch of dough. Tonalon might be a creep, but he is a good baker. I'll give him that. Sometimes I cannot believe how quiet my life has become since coming to Sazirok. Sometimes I think that coming here is the best decision I have ever made for myself. After 5 years, I don't wake up in a cold sweat any longer, terrified that the Zafan military have tracked me down. After 5 years, I can walk down streets and go down to the docks without looking over my shoulder the entire time. Life is certainly more peaceful than it was in New Solus. I don't know if it is better, though, because right now, there are still Zafan alive and well on this planet, and all of them, in my opinion, should be dead. I have learned in my time here, though, that demons aren't any better than the Zafan. In fact, some of them might be even worse than the Zafan I have killed in the past. But trying to murder a demon is not something I have the capacity for right now. The risk is simply too high, and I haven't yet witnessed a demon do something terrible enough for me to go out of my way to kill them. There's always time, my girl. You'd be surprised what these non-human races are capable of. My thoughts are grim as I sweep up the front of the store where the customers sit or queue. But I feel slightly lighter after I have seen a demon mother walking with a little demon girl down the street a little after 8 a.m. I would never become friends with a demon, but the little girl looked happy, and so did her mother. It was cute. It cheered me up. Now to put the hearts in the oven. There are several reasons why coming to Sazirok was a good thing. One of those reasons is the ceasefire that was signed several months ago. King Vagthimon signed the ceasefire with the Zafan general, who lives in a diplomatic base right here in the city, and it stopped the war. For the moment, the ceasefire might have introduced peace to Ikoth and the rest of Aerasak, but we all know that things are tense enough that war could break out again at any moment. The Zafan moved into the city after the ceasefire agreement was signed, and their existence here is quite tentative. Truthfully, I cannot wait for the minute war breaks out again. I certainly don't want to stumble down the streets of Sazirok one day and see one of them. I'm not sure what I would do if I had to come across one of the Zafan. My hand goes automatically to the knife that I always keep at my belt, and my mind goes to the knife that I stuck into my boot. At least I'd be ready if I had to come across any of them, I think to myself ruefully. I don't have many regrets about moving to Sazirok. But the thing that gnaws at me, that won't leave me alone, is the fact that I never found and killed Zephon. The Zafan that was responsible for my mother's death. He is the one Zafan, out of all I have killed, who actually deserves what I had in store for him. I spent years tracking him, trying to find him, trying to kill him. But that was one kill I never made. It was a kill I always hoped I would make. It was just time for you to leave. You had no choice. They were tracking you. They were closing in on you. You left for your own safety. And now look at all you have done. You have made an entirely new life for yourself. I continue to stand at the window almost listlessly and watch the passers-by. It is close to opening time. Some of the other staff will come in soon, so at least I won't be alone with Tonalon for much longer. I jump when he shouts at me then. "Elia, hurry up! For fuck's sake, you're slower than a dead equi." Tonalon yells at me from the back of the bakery, and I hurry to place the second batch of hearts in the oven. The third batch of bread is also done, so I take it out to cool down when Tonalon comes over to me. He is a large demon, with arms that are the size of tree trunks. He has horns curling from his forehead, and his upper teeth are sharp and long, extending over his lower lip, even when his mouth is closed. "You're looking pretty today," he tells me bluntly. I take a step away from him and cross my arms over my chest. I almost roll my eyes. This isn't the first time Tonalon has tried to hit on me. He must see my impatience, because his eyes flash angrily. "Listen to me, you little wench. I'll have you in my bed someday, whether you want it or not. In fact, it doesn't even need to be my bed." I can feel his anger, and more importantly, I can feel his power. I know that I cannot be too impatient or too dismissive in front of Tonalon, because he has enough strength to wring my neck right off my head. And I'm quite sure that that is something he has done before. "You need to learn a lesson, girl." Tonalon growls the words. He licks his lips as he looks down at me. All I can feel is his hot, sour breath on my face. I know I'll never be able to forget the feeling of his fingertips digging into my arms. You could go for your knife. You could kill him so easily. But who would believe a human? The demons here assault and kill human women every day. If you kill him, you're writing your own death sentence. But then we both hear it. The bakery's bell that hangs over the door jingles. Someone has just entered the bakery. A customer. I swallow a sigh of relief as Tonalon rushes to right his clothes and go assist the customer. I guess today is not the day, I think to myself as I wipe his spittle off my cheek. But you might need to think about finding a new job.
Chapter 4. Azron. Don't say anything, Azron. Just come with me. My eyes follow my old general out of the room as he sidles past me, slipping through the gap in the doorframe. Without thinking, my feet tread behind his through the desolate cobblestone streets, the sound of our feet ringing out in the noiseless chaos. It's late, well past the hours of the bars letting out. Occasionally, out of the corner of my eye, I can see a beggarly Zonak pouring through garbage, jars, and bottles clattering against the hard metal containers. And I feel a tinge of pity. They didn't choose their lot in life, but it's better to not engage. When I'm up at this hour, I really don't feel good about myself. Our walk is suspiciously long. We pass the bakery and several bars, neither one of us daring to say anything. Whether that is for privacy or for circumstance, I can't tell. My gut tells me where we're going, but I don't want to believe it. No, I think Gelged knows I'm out. He wouldn't expect that of me. But crossing over bridges and past numerous rocky buildings, my fears are only confirmed once we arrive at our destination. The barracks stand just as decrepit and poorly funded as I remember them. The rock-like exterior is eroding away, the various bits of wood that decorate its facade moldy and crumbling. No. I shake my head. No. I'm sorry, sir. I won't do this again. I won't go back. Don't be stupid, Azran, he says. Come inside. I'll pour you a glass and we'll have a chat. He leaves me outside to think. Deserting him now would be treasonous. I had thought that the forces wouldn't be reaching out again. Gelged had even issued me a half-promise on the day of my return. Aren't you hot out there? Come on in. I've got your favorite. I shuffle inside the building reluctantly, against my own wishes. I'm not a coward. I shake my head and clear my thoughts, staring at Gelged as he uncorks a bottle. You like Pakir, right? I still have this from when you left. I nod. He pours it into a tall glass and watches the glass fill up. It's been a while, kid, he says. You doing well for yourself? Finally settling down? What is this? I watch him pour the bottle, unable to hide the fear and the severity from my voice. No hello, sir, he replies, disappointed. No, how are you? It's right to the same hostile undertones. I already told you that I'm out, I tell him. So what is this? What are you dragging me back into? He smiles wryly, pacing around the room with a full glass, my glass sitting at the table in front of him. He takes a sip. You know, a lot of the guys, they drink to forget, he tells me. I understand you've been doing a lot of that lately, but you never used to. Just a nice bottle of pack here for the recruit. He likes the taste. Is this going somewhere? He takes another sip, this one much larger. You might not have known it, but I've had my eyes on you since you got back. Seems like a pretty numb and hollow existence, if you ask me. What do you know about it? I know more than you'd think. Seems you're taking after me in more ways than you'd care to admit. I smile and sit down at my glass, taking a seat at the table where he poured it. Every muscle in my body is screaming at me to run. But I know what I committed to. And I know that there's no easy way out of it, short of dying or serving the rest of my time. Oh, mercy of the gods, he says, sitting down across from me. I really didn't want to have to invoke your mother. I'm so glad you didn't make me do it. It's not easy coming back, I tell him. He clicks his teeth, looking awkwardly around the table. Well, I wish I had something better to tell you, but I don't. We all do our time, and it seems like your numbers come up. So what is it then? Has the ceasefire come to an end? Are we bringing the fight back again? Not exactly. I watch him, the glyph tattoos swirling on his arm. Looking at them, I think I recognize the jade constellation that comes to life on his forearm, his dress shirt unbuttoned neatly to reveal his swollen muscles. I used to think he was kind of a killer with the ladies. I used to envy the life he had. Now, not so much. Well, are you going to tell me? I can see the night sky through the decrepit windows of the barracks. These are not ideal conditions to have a private conversation, but Gelged has always struck me as nostalgic. He takes a deep breath. I'll just launch into it, I guess. Like the old days. You stop me when I've lost you. I nod. So the embassy... Stop. That quick, huh? I size him up. His spiraling black horns almost blend into the dim light of the room. He hunches when he's lying, his horns sinking toward the ground. And right now, he's sitting upright. I'm going to let you keep going in a second, I tell him. But first, answer me this. Why me? A crooked smile forms across his scarred violet face. You're the only one I trust, he says. That and the other guys aren't so easy to find anymore. What? Did they desert? Nah. Their lives are just more interesting. Less predictable. I grimace. Ouch. You and I are honest with each other. You don't just tell me the things I want to hear. You tell me the things I need to hear. Can I be honest then? He extends his hand toward me. Unleash your fire. This is a crock of Zafen dung. His features become less amicable, more stern. Careful not to break rank, though. You wanted to bring my mom into this? After everything I've done for you? He stares at me expectantly. Just a bit rude, that's all. Can I continue? He requests. I nod. Things ain't so easy out there, he continues. War could break out at any moment. That would be bad for guys like you and me, who never want to talk down another traumatized soldier or pick up the pieces after another explosion. I look around the room, then out the window, speaking in a hushed whisper. But the embassy, though? We don't bother them. They don't bother us, he says. And right now, it seems like we could use a branch to extend. I guess. Between you and me, I'm really not happy about this, he says. What do I have to do? You can skip the commentary and the setup. They want you to bring somebody to justice. His emphasis on the word they is especially notable, as though he can dodge all accountability by deflecting blame. Meaning kill somebody, I reply, my nervousness evident. It is a mercenary mission, yes. I scratch my chin. And what exactly did this person do? The Xaphans believe that somebody tied to 8 murders of government personnel fled New Solas years back, and that the person in question is hiding here, in Ikoth. In Ikoth? That is their belief, yes. And I'm guessing you think it's somewhere in the city? Ikoth is a big place. He shrugs, his horns nearly piercing the ceiling. They have no idea, he says, but it would do a lot of good for diplomacy if we could look. I cock my mouth to the side, fidgeting with my empty glass. Would you like some more? Maybe in a second, I reply. I'm sorry. So not only do we not know the city where this person is hiding out, we don't even have a visual description. Are they human? Xaphan? What? I didn't claim it would be easy, he replies. If you want, we can talk over the finer details a bit more tomorrow. I just need your okay. I sigh. If I go along with this, will you knock time off? You know that's not how this works, he says. If you go along with this, I won't have to report you to the authorities. That's what I thought. Just confirming. He nods, taking another swig of his drink, before looking down at it in disappointment. This stuff really doesn't get you drunk, does it? No, it doesn't, I chuckle dryly. Take the rest of the bottle home with you, he says. I think I've even got a couple spare you can have. He apologizes again before sending me on my way, arms full of spare bottles. I don't have any idea how I'm going to use these. It isn't as though I have many guests to entertain. We'll keep in touch, rest assured, he says, before slamming the door shut behind him. Is Gelged sleeping in the barracks? Surely not. I look out, the sky a slightly lighter red, the streets now coming alive. I've got to get some sleep, I grumble.
Chapter 5. Ilya. My breathing is heavy, hands quivering. Relief floods through me as I look to the source of the bell's chime, where Tonalon is currently sprinting to aid a customer. His footsteps shake the floors and unsettle the counters, spilling tiny pieces of dough. Welcome, welcome, Tonalon says enthusiastically. I try to peer around him to see the customer, but Tonalon is just too large. What can I get for you? I believe I had an order placed, a voice says. It's deep and earthy, and it rises and falls whimsically. I'm sorry, Tonalon says. You'll have to be more specific. The man at the counter sighs. As Tonalon leans over to inspect a slip of parchment, the first thing I see is a pair of crimson eyes, followed by the green snakes that drop off of the Gorgon's head. Tonalon likes to think he can just lift his trousers and everything will be okay. Let's mess with that theory. I approach the counter, looking straight into the Gorgon's eyes. I expect severity in response. I haven't met many Gorgons in the city, but the ones I have met never bothered to say much and always watched me with cold, dead eyes. Instead, I'm greeted with a kindly smile. Could you help me with my order? Her? Nah, she's just one of our bakers, Tonalon says dismissively, before holding up the sheet of parchment and pointing at it. What does this say? I can take it from here, Tonalon, I say. We've got a lot more orders, don't we? Now listen here. Tonalon is fuming. The customer is just pacing around the front of the shop, looking at our offerings in fascination. We wouldn't want to be caught with our pants down. Tonalon bites his lip as the other bakers roll dough behind him. He moves to the back, grumbling to the other women about how much of a problem I am. Clearly, he's decided I'm not worth his time. I watch the customer as he moves over the kaffa, finding one at just the right temperature. He scrutinizes our bakery offerings as though hoping to find some hidden gem. The order should be under Vilko. He moves up to me with 2 hot kaffas and a side order of baked goods. You do know it's rude to stare. Suddenly, he dons a more serious expression, his eyes having the cold, lifeless quality I'm so used to. But there's still something so familiar about him. Sorry, I reply. It's just... and I could be crazy, but something about your voice. He pauses, moving through change and calculating out his payment. My voice, first staring, now my voice. He looks up at me, setting the change on the counter, and immediately cracks a smile as though aware of a joke I'm not privy to. "No, I'm just kidding around. You're totally fine." I breathe a sigh of relief. "I do need those goddess hearts, though, if you don't mind." My eyes widen in surprise. "God's mercy, I'm sorry." I rush to the back oven, where I pull large quantities of goddess hearts, placing them inside brown bags. It's quite a sizable order. Before Tonalon can scold me, I will have to deal with him later. I rush up to the front with all of Vilko's bags, laying them out on the counter. "Planning for a party?" "Something like that." He smiles at me. I expect him to leave, as I notice a crowd shuffling into the store. But as they eye the shop front, it looks like the gods dissuade them, moving them over to the general goods store across the street. But Vilko lingers. I think I see, etched in his features, an expression of surprise. Or perhaps it's admiration. "Do I know you somehow?" I ask. "I've got the faintest feeling we've met somewhere before." "That depends. Do you travel a lot?" My heart jumps, and I shake my head. I could be imagining it, but at that moment I swear one of the snakes on his head slithers to life briefly, only to return to its stasis. He shrugs. "I'm sure if you saw a face like mine, you'd never forget it," he says. "Because you're one of the few Gorgons in the city." "No." He cracks a wide, toothy smile. "Because I'm just that damn handsome." I nod, giggling slightly. "May I say, though, and forgive me for intruding?" "Yes?" "You're very bold," he says, grinning even wider. "Thank you." "I just mean, are you happy here? Because with the way you just treated your boss, it seems like you might be looking for a way out." I take a moment to process what he's saying. Did he really just tell me how to act in front of my boss? Or was that some kind of veiled threat? Who is this guy? "Respectfully, you have no idea what kind of day I've had." "Sorry, no," he says. "That's not what I meant at all." In the back, the pounding on dough begins to increase in speed, rollers pushing down harder and faster while more ovens turn on. There's a kind of veiled sincerity in his eyes that tells me he means well, in spite of his meddling. "What did you mean then?" "Just that it looks like your potential is utterly wasted here, and that you look like you're trying to get out, which would be a shame, because you seem like one of the good ones." "Okay?" I'm trying to be friendly, and I hope it's coming across in my voice. But I'm not sure where he's leading with any of this, as kind as his voice is. There was a point where I was at my wit's end. I didn't think I could stand for the things my line of work was asking of me. It drove me mad. "And what did you do for a living?" I ask. What I could to get by, a little of this and that." He's being pretty cagey with me, but for some reason I'm engrossed in his story, the story of a Gorgon, living in the city where he was probably overlooked or stereotyped, who came off of the street to relate to a simple baker. "So what did you do?" I ask, curious. He nods. "Right," he says. "Well, I realised that what I really needed was excitement." "Excitement?" "Yeah. I was spinning my wheels, worrying about every battle. I had come from great things, only to be stuck with something so simple. It felt like I was stuck in a dead-end job with people who preyed on and manipulated me. And as a result, I was on edge and desperate, both terrified of losing the one job keeping me afloat and of staying at my job, day in and day out, knowing what I knew. I can feel Tonalon's gaze on the back of my neck. It tells me to hurry up. But I keep listening. "So I cut back and I shifted my priorities a little bit to manage my stress," Vilko says. "I stopped picking every fight I could, started listening to the people who wanted to be part of my life, letting them in so they could help me with the burdens I couldn't bear alone. And in doing that, I got perspective." I stare at him, blank-faced. I appreciate his time and his candor, but I still can't help feeling like I'm missing something. "And sometimes," he continues, "I offer that advice to people who get that same look of quiet defiance in their eye." "It's just a bakery job," I reply, unable to contain my confusion. "Maybe so," he half-heartedly agrees. "But it's important to you." I nod. It's a lovely story, and I'm not trying to be dismissive, but where is all this going? He picks up his bags from the counter, putting his hand on them to confirm that they're still hot. Satisfied, he smiles. "These are delicious, by the way." "I'm glad you like them." He's a much more interesting character than I first gave him credit for. He turns around, and I think for a moment that he won't answer my question. He half opens the door, the bell chiming again, and Tonnelan gives me a quizzical, disbelieving look. If you ever get tired of life in the bakery, or you're just looking for a little more excitement, my friend and I are going out to the bar a few blocks over. I think you'd like him. I shake my head in disbelief as he exits. Odd individual, I say aloud. That's when Tonnelan comes up to me, putting his very large arm around my shoulder. You know what you did was very bad, right? I'm going to have to work you extra hard for that. He's whispering to me, clearly breaking every boundary yet again. I shake my head. Actually, my shift's over. Before he can react, I take the element of surprise, running out the door. The bell swings alive behind me, chiming into the city commotion. I spot Vilko a few feet away. Hey! I dash toward him. When did you want to meet up? A kind smile forms on his face.
Chapter 6. Azron. The passage of traffic gives me a headache as I rub my eyes. I still haven't fully processed what I've agreed to, but I nearly trip over a fruit cart on my way through the city. No, not agreed to. I wasn't given a choice in the matter. I know Gelga didn't have a choice either, but a part of me can't help resenting him for this. We were once at war with the Xaphen, but now I'm passing them on the street, still expected to engage with and honor them. It's stupid and pointless. I don't even want to exchange pleasantries with them, let alone catch their stupid killer. Still, I can't help going back over the conversation. Was there even a chance to change his mind? Could I have talked him out of it, if I just found the right buttons to push? Or could I have simply ducked him? If he couldn't find me, if I was just a little less predictable, maybe somebody else would be filling this mission instead of me. When you get home and sleep this off, you'll find out it was all a dream. You'll see. My thoughts become less coherent the more tired I get. I shift my eyes from left to right to avoid falling asleep in the standing position. But the movement of passers-by is strangely hypnotic, and I find myself lost in their chatter. I can't believe he said that! You should have impaled him then and there! No, Xaren. You know that you shouldn't spoil yourself with sweets. Why don't we get you a nice slingshot instead? Watch where you're going. I collide with a much larger Gilak who shifts away angrily as he pushes a large cart of ore through the streets. Though adversarial, I'm at least grateful that he's not willing to start a fight over it, as he retrieves some glimmering crimson ore that spills out onto the streets. I'm not at the top of my game, my mind struggling to maintain consciousness. If we got in a fight, I might lose. Or worse, I might unleash my buried habits and destroy him like an enemy of war. Grumbling, I sit down on the stairs in front of my apartment complex, watching the crowds go by. Any one of them could be a potential suspect. But who? And why does any of this matter to me? They're all blissfully unaware of the criminal that could be among them. A psychotic killer stuck on reforming their ways, walks and hides in the shadows, as normal-looking and undetectable as anybody. That's if they aren't still killing discriminately. There's a lot I still don't know about this case. Am I seriously humoring this? I rub my eyes one more time before turning around and standing up. Vilko is standing behind me with a shit-eating grin, his eyes burning crimson. He's got bags and bags full of pastries from the bakery, and at every moment he struggles not to drop the massive load in his arms. Go away. I need to sleep, I tell him, stretching my arms as I head up the stairs. No, you don't. He shadows me closely, and I realize that even if I wanted to lose him, I probably couldn't. Short of physically harming him, that is. Opening the door, we pass through the hallway, up to a larger flight of stairs. The steps creak under my feet. Yes, I do. I need to sleep. I haven't even been to bed yet. And you're not going to. I got these for you, and we're going to eat them together. I groan in response. As is tradition, he adds. Tradition? Around what are we basing this tradition? You show up with bags of goddess hearts, we chat, and you go home. And speaking of which, since when did we make my place your new hangout? I've got a schedule to uphold, too. You don't just get to crash whenever you like. We reach the top of the stairs, and I take the key and unlock my apartment. I'm only here because you like keeping me around, Vilko says. If you ever said you didn't want me around, I'd be gone in a heartbeat. And I'm telling you now, go away. He looks at me seriously, standing erect. His eyes burn with something almost like anger, but not quite. I'm too tired to put a name to it. I can already imagine the snakes that decorate his head springing to life and snapping in the air. You know, I won't be in the city forever. I've got duties out there, commitments and the like. So maybe appreciate me while I'm still around? I shrug before struggling to contain laughter. Vilko makes an uncannily serious face, then shifts his right eye to the left until he's gone cross-eyed. Nah, man, Vilko says. I'm fucking with you. We both burst out laughing. My window offers a painstakingly detailed view of the insufferable crimson sky. If you want a room without a view, it costs you a premium. Beyond that, though, why were you out so late? You said you haven't been to bed? I don't really want to talk about it, I grumble, looking into my bedroom and the soft, appealing sheets that are calling my name. He shakes his head in disbelief. I see many things in this city, he says, and still you puzzle me. It's not as though I wanted to be out until well after sunrise. I just kinda got held up. What, like by criminals or something? He has a look of concern on his face. I'm not sure whether or not he's joking. No, not by criminals. Do you really think I couldn't take common criminals in a fight? I thought you didn't want to talk about it. I sigh in frustration. My stomach growls. Staying awake this late does give me quite the appetite, but every moment I feel myself nodding off. I ponder what kind of horrible pranks Vilko might perform, should I close my eyes for too long. Very well. We'll sit down and eat, I say. At least chewing will keep me awake. I find a seat on one of the hard chairs in front of the goddess heart bags, before opening one of them and taking a whiff. They smell even better than I remember, and immediately my senses are brought to full attention. Why did you buy so many? There's no way we're going to eat all of these. He sits in reverse on the chair across from me, observing me as I prepare to bite into the pastry. The Nyman smell overtakes me, and I tear into a piece, enjoying the crispy flakiness and overwhelmingly sweet flavor. Every time I bring goddess hearts, you always eat them before I get the chance to have any, Vilko says, twirling his hand thoughtfully. I figured if I bought way too many, maybe this time I'd actually get to eat too. So you're periodically testing my appetite? I laugh. That's not what I said at all. It's not my fault you wait till I'm done eating to have any. I laugh again. You buy them, so eat them. I take a large bite between my teeth, snapping the bread off cleanly and swallowing a large piece. But I'm not hungry right now. I shake my head. That's a lie. You were hungry 2 minutes ago when you brought me up here. You were hungry when you bought like 30 goddess hearts. Why are you not hungry now? I size him up as he avoids my gaze. Are you nervous about something? The mood shifts as he's brought to a rapid, patronizing spike in energy. We're going out later, you and me. I nearly choke on my pastry. Like fuck we are. He sighs. See? I knew this would be your reaction. You never want to have fun. Because you keep volunteering me for everything. He thinks, taking his hand up to his chin. The snake on his right temple does seem to budge slightly with exacerbated thought, and I wonder how they all connect to his brain. He's never explained Gorgon anatomy to me. If I let you sleep for a bit after this, Vilko proposes, then will you go out with me later? What is this sudden fascination with going out? There's nothing out there that we can't just find here. I gesture toward the spacious, empty room and realize that I'm contradicting my own point. Suppose I told you that I have a bit of a surprise for you. Should you come along with me? Vilko asks. It isn't just more goddess hearts, is it? I gestured toward the multiple bags sitting on the table. I feel like at this rate, I could open a competing bakery. He chuckles slightly at that. No, Vilko says. There's somebody I'd like you to meet, and I have a feeling you'll get along famously. My curiosity piqued. I set down my pastry and study his expression. Fine, I say, but if I don't sleep well, I'm not going. You'll just have to apologize to this guest on my behalf. I wouldn't have it any other way. He smirks, taking the pastry I set down.
Chapter 7. Ilya. Sazerok's nightlife is precisely what one might expect from a city filled with demons and Zafan. It's the perfect key to unlocking the wild side of even the most holier-than-thou individual. Even now, as I make my way to the bar where I'm meeting Vilko and his friend, I walk past a totally innocent-looking human woman, her face petite, young, and full of life and brightness. At the same time, she's snorting a powder off of a table while two demons touch her, all for the public eye to see in the middle of the streets. As busy as they are with their plaything, they still find themselves distracted at the sight of me walking by. "Oi! You there in the red dress, want to get in on the action?" Ignoring them, I continue onwards. It seems as though my attire of choice has all the men and women glancing over their shoulders at me. My red dress hugs my figure tightly, displaying a more than generous view of my décolletage, and stops just below my knees. Maybe I shouldn't have worn this, I think to myself, but others ogling at me is nothing I'm not used to. Regardless, the amount of attention I'm getting from men and women alike serves only as a strange reminder that I'm going to be meeting a man I just met today, as well as a stranger. I make the final turn onto the street where the bar is located, and it is there where I am hit with second thoughts. Why am I even doing this? I stop short at the entrance, debating whether or not to step inside. Maybe they haven't arrived yet. I could turn right around and head back home. I barely know the man I'm meeting here. For all I know, this is some sort of trap. Women are under a constant threat here in Aerasak, especially human women. I shiver at the thought of being trafficked. "Screw it," I mutter. "I can handle myself anyway. Should anyone decide to mess with me, I'll just have to shake off the rust and mess them up." I draw myself up and enter the bar, figuring I may as well kick back and have a good time. The bar is packed with almost every table being occupied. Behind the counter, bartenders rush to and fro with drinks in hand, while angry patrons slam their fists on the bar. A demonic, dark red ambience is cast from glowing red orbs that sit in the corners of the walls, nestled like yillies. I run my eyes over the place, scanning the area for a sign of my newfound friend in Vilko. A hand shoots up in the air. I spot him just a few steps away, seated at a table. I forget how to breathe for a moment when his friend turns around. Holy sh! If that's not the hottest man I've ever seen on Aerasak. As I float over, I marvel at the demon's features. He almost blends into the environment around him with his red skin, but it's his two magnificent horns that steal the show, twirling as they climb into the air. One side of his shoulder-length black hair is tucked behind his ear, revealing a display of piercings. Another piercing curls around his septum. He stands, looming above me as I walk up to him. "Elia, it's my pleasure to meet you," he greets, his deep voice drowning out all other sounds in the room. "My name is Azran Magtholith." How does he know my name? I think to myself as my knees become weak. "Elia, glad you could make it, have a seat," chimes Vilko. For a moment I forgot he was here. "Shall we get a drink? The first round is on me." He dashes off to the counter, leaving me and this fiery demon alone. "I was wondering if you would show up," says Azron, glancing at the vanishing Vilko before turning to face me. "He's been on about you all day, saying he couldn't wait for us to meet each other." "Did he?" I giggle. "Indeed, I can see why," he says, his jaw clenching as his fluorescent green eyes hold mine captive. I force myself to look elsewhere, fearing I'll give away my attraction if I return his intensity. If not for the red lighting in here, Azron would have seen just how much I'm blushing, to the point where our skin is the same colour. In a minute, Vilko returns with a round of shots and an ale for each of us. "I hope my friend here isn't too intimidating," he chuckles, He's not quite the approachable type. He's been very pleasant, I tell Vilko, sneaking a glance at Azran, who I catch looking at me. A few minutes later, it is I who is coming to the table, having purchased the second round for all of us. As I pass a drink to Azran, he reaches out for it, our fingers brushing against each other's. Against the icy coldness of the pint, his warm fingers are like a gentle kiss. I take a quiet, deep breath to calm myself off, the heat inside my body riling up as I return to my seat. Sitting down, I suddenly notice that my chair is closer now to Azran. Did he move it nearer to him when I was at the bar? You were saying before you left that you work at the local bakery, asks Azran. Yeah, the work itself is fine. It pays the bills. My boss, though, he's a creep. I've lost track of how many times he's tried coming on to me. If you ever need a hand with that, Azran and I can go beat him up for you, laughs Vilko. Thanks, but I can handle myself, I chuckle, taking a drink. As I do so, I spot Azran smiling at me, a look of admiration in the glint of his eyes. I push his drink closer to him. That isn't going to drink itself, you know. The demon picks it up and downs it in one go. With that, he stands and makes his way to the bar. He can handle his drink, that much is for sure, remarks Vilko. The Gorgon motions for me to come closer, pointing at his friend as I do. Azran is never usually like this. It took a bit of convincing for him to come along tonight. To be fair, so did I. Part of me understands where Azran's reluctance to socialise comes from. Yes, but it's like you're bringing out this warm side of him. He's often cold and withdrawn even to me. Vilko's words cause me to wonder if perhaps Azran is taking a special liking to me as well, somehow in disbelief that it could be true. As he returns and places my drink in front of me, I accidentally brush my purse off the table. Without hesitation, he retrieves it for me. For a demon, he's surprisingly well-mannered. That's refreshing. The night progresses, each of us growing a little more tipsy. We eventually find ourselves playing a daring game. It's Vilko's turn, and he has a devious look in his eye. Azran, I dare you to kiss Elia, he chuckles. Or you can go kiss that woman by the... Azran's lips are on me before Vilko finishes his sentence. The kiss is quick, but I certainly have no complaints. His lips are warm and soft, and I can taste the alcohol still on him. I don't know what's gotten into me, but I don't give myself time to overthink it. While his lips are still on mine, I swipe the tip of my tongue against his lower lip before nipping it sharply. Azran pulls back, an intense look in his eyes that has me doubting myself for a second. I mean, he's a massive demon. Did I just cross a line? Upset him in some way? Heat swarms his gaze, his eyes darting back down to my lips as his tongue darts out and licks over the spot I'd nipped him in, before he gives me a predatory smile. The look on his face tells me he liked it, and I return one that says I'll come back for more. Hey, what about me? Interjects Vilko. Come on, guys, let's even the score here, eh? I shake my head, laughing at the same time. The Gorgon then looks at his friend. I can't tell whether he's being serious or not, which only causes me to laugh even more. Not happening, Azran says with a slight dark smile. I can't help but admire his smile. For someone who is apparently withdrawn a lot of the time, a smile sure does sit well on his face, especially with that hint of possessiveness shining through. I just met him tonight, so any sign of territorial behaviour should send me running for the hills, but instead, it has me crossing my legs together under the table. Another while later, I'm returning with yet another round of drinks, dropping in on a conversation between the demon and the Gorgon. General Sinel came to see you, quips Vilko with a look of surprise. But I don't understand. I thought you didn't want anything to do with the military anymore. So he's a former military man, then? I don't, Azran replies. But there's a mission that they need me for. Unfortunately for me, there's no option to refuse. After all, I'm still in the reserve. I hear none of what Azran said, my heart dropping to my stomach as I look outside the window, my eyes locking on a ghost from the past, a face I fought so hard to leave behind. No, it couldn't be.
Chapter 8, Azran. Sanel would have my head if I exposed my new mission in front of this human woman. I stopped short of telling Vilko about the new military operation I have been roped into in front of Elia. She might be beautiful, but if she has a big mouth, and this gets back to Senel, you'll be punished beyond what you can imagine. I pause, and my hand tightens around my glass of amaranth as I glance over at Elia again. I realize then that I have been glancing over at her all night. When did you start thinking this little human is beautiful? The thought that I find Elia beautiful should be abhorrent to me, but the thought just settles inside me as if it is a truth that I have always known. It is clear that the human girl is uncomfortable here, although she looks like she has relaxed slightly as the night has passed. She can certainly hold her liquor, I think to myself, as Elia steadily drains the glass of amaranth in front of her. She isn't gulping the drink down quickly by any means, but amaranth is the kind of substance that would knock most humans off their feet. I glance over at Elia again. At this point, her delicate beauty has been burned into my brain, but I feel starved of her. Now, when I look at her, instead of looking just uncomfortable, Elia looks terrified. She hasn't noticed me staring at her. In fact, she looks completely preoccupied as she stares out of the window of the bar we are in. Vilko, who has been sitting between us, hasn't noticed that anything has changed with Elia. What do you expect from a Gorgon? He's only always focused on the next drink, I say to myself, slightly annoyed. Part of me wants to get up and walk around Vilko to take Elia by the arm and ask her what is wrong. Her face, already naturally pale, has gone even whiter from whatever shock she has experienced. Her eyes are wide and her chest rises and falls quickly. I am quite sure that her breathing must be erratic and shallow, and I can almost hear the unsteady pound and thud of her heartbeat underneath the noise of the bar. Elia jumps then when a group of demons at the back of the bar bursts into raucous cheering and shouting. She nearly falls off her chair, and Vilko turns to her then. It seems he has finally noticed that something is wrong with her. Elia turns back to the window, still staring out of it, and seemingly unaware of our existence. I twist around in my chair to follow her line of vision. She seems like she has a good head on her shoulders. What could have possibly frightened her this much? "Are you okay?" Vilko is asking Elia as she turns back to him. I cannot see anything outside the bar. Whatever frightened Elia has vanished. Or maybe she's just crazy. She's a human after all, no matter how beautiful she is. The voice in my head is small and sneaky and sly when it mentions Elia's beauty. "Elia!" Vilko has his hand on the small of her back and is looking down at her with soft concern on his face. I lift my glass to my lips to stop myself from ripping him off her. Again, the demons at the back of the bar burst into happy shouts. "I'm sorry." Elia gets up from her chair and pushes her glass away from her. "I'm so sorry, but I have to go." "No!" Vilko gets up unsteadily. It looks like the amaranth has gone straight to his head, I think darkly as he starts protesting against Elia leaving. "Stay!" Vilko cries. "The night is still young enough for us to get into a lot of trouble." He tries winking at her, but he is too drunk, so his eyelids just stay closed. "I thought you wanted excitement." I get up then, so suddenly that I didn't even know what I was doing at first. "Would you like me to walk you out?" My voice is lower and raspier than I intended. Elia looks up at me with those wide eyes. Her eyes are so brown. It is a pity that the skies are red here. I'm sure her brown eyes would look so much more beautiful against a background of blue skies and bright sunlight. She'd be radiant in a place like New Solus. I shake that thought away too, and I force myself to focus as Elia pulls away from me so suddenly that she nearly slams into a tall, angry-looking demon behind her. I grab her before she can knock into the demon, who seems to have smoke curling from the snout on his face, because I am quite sure that if she did that, she would start another war. "I need to go," she whispers, and her voice is hoarse. Before I know it, she's weaving her way through the throng of demons and gorgons in the bar. "Elia!" Vilko makes as if he is about to go after her, but she disappears so quickly that we cannot even see where she has gone. I can't believe she just left, Vilko says disappointedly 5 minutes later. I wonder what that was about. She was fine and then not. Maybe she just wanted to go home, I say as nonchalantly as I can, even though my mind is spinning more quickly than a black pitter bird, one of the fastest creatures to live on Ikoth. Something frightened her. Something real. She doesn't look insane. Something or someone frightened her. I decide this as Vilko orders us another round of drinks and then sits down. He's still grumbling about Aaliyah's sudden disappearance as the barmaid, a pretty matron demon, comes over to us with our drinks. You need to stop drinking, I tell him sternly. Vilko simply shrugs me off. Maybe it was you, he says, and his voice is light as he swallows half a pint of ale in one gulp. Maybe she just found you repellent. She did practically run out of here when you offered to walk her out. Remember? Vilko's voice is light and filled with mirth, but I cannot help wondering if what he is saying is the truth. He isn't wrong. She did jump away from you when you offered to walk her out. Maybe she's afraid of you. Maybe that's why she has been uncomfortable all night. I remember then that I spent most of the night talking about my time in the military. I hated my experience in the military, and I know that not every citizen of Aerasak, especially Ikoth, is a fan of the military. Maybe Aaliyah is one of those people. Maybe she doesn't think that fighting for Ikoth, fighting the Zafin, is an honorable thing to do. Neither do I, if I'm honest. I didn't always feel that way, of course. Once, before I joined, it seemed like a noble enough calling. I used to think that joining the military would bring me the fulfillment, the pride in myself, that I have been craving my entire life. My disillusionment came on quickly and violently. I wouldn't blame her for being disgusted by me, by my time in the service. I am disgusted by me. I did unspeakable things during that time. I need another drink. My voice is heavy and low when I speak. Vilko, even as drunk as he is, notices the darkness in my voice immediately, and instead of ordering me a drink, he claps a large, heavy hand on my shoulder. Listen. His voice is so low that I have to lean in to hear him. Don't dwell on the war. It is over now, I hope. You are an honorable demon, and out of all the demons I have ever known, all who claim to be honorable, you're the first honorable one I have met so far. I laugh mirthlessly. Again, the group of demons at the back of the bar cheer loudly. I ball my hands into fists and clench my jaw to stop myself from marching over to them and dumping their bucket of mead all over them. Yes. Vilko's voice has become philosophical, and I know that if I don't stop him now, he'll never shut up. Honor is a rare trait among demons. Just know that you are fine as you are. The war was unfortunate, and it took too much from us. But you aren't any worse of a demon because you fought in it. Vilko and I settle up with the barmaid then, because we have both realized that we have drunk too much. And as we leave the bar, I cannot help but look around us. I scan the streets of Sarzirok as if I expect to see Aaliyah standing there, waiting for me. Will I ever see her again?
Chapter 9. Ilya. I push past the patrons, filled with rage-induced strength, as I fight my way to the exit. Even though I'm much smaller than everyone else in here, I'm stronger than anyone ever guesses me to be. "Watch it!" snarls a Sosgareth. Barging out of the exit, I emerge into the brisk air of the deep, dark red night. The nightlife has only progressed, with a flurry of activity buzzing around me. Bright flashing lights and shouting only add to my anger. At that moment, something awakens inside of me, that old, buried thirst for Zafan blood. The truth is that it was never satisfied, for I never got my hands on the one Zafan responsible for my life unfolding the way it did. I should be relaxing at home with my mother, but that is something I'll never get to cherish, thanks to one Zephan Baruchiel. Now that bastard is roaming these streets, somewhere in the heart of Sazerac. He's been right under my nose this whole time? The realization makes my heart rate spike. Timed perfectly with my boost in adrenaline is a sudden clap of thunder, unleashing an unrelenting downpour of rain. I look ahead, scanning the path up ahead for a sign of him. At that moment, a flash of lightning temporarily brightens the environment, and I see Zephon looking right at me, teasing me by remaining absolutely still. Fueled by the lust for his blood, I move forward, again pushing through a crowd that only seems to grow in numbers as they push against me. I've got to keep on his tail. If I lose him now, then I also lose my chance for revenge. A hand rests on my dagger, hidden in a sheath wrapped around my upper thigh. Ever since I came here to Sazerac, I never leave home without it, despite leaving my violent past behind me. Tonight will be its first tasting of blood in too long. I can't wait to get my hands on the fucker and sew his mouth shut. My mind runs rampant with all sorts of new methods to torture Zephon, all unimaginable by a normal mind, all revolting to a human. The crowd suddenly seems to grow in numbers, and for a moment I'm pushed back. "Get out of my way!" I yell out. I swear I see Zephon look back at me once more, unsure if it's an illusion created by my animalistic mind. He smiles and disappears around a corner. At the same time, a fog drifts in with the wind, shrouding the streets with a blanket of mist. I shove past everyone, garnering shouts of criticism and beratement, but I don't give a fuck. I come around the same corner that Zephon did, turning onto a quiet street, only to find he's nowhere to be seen. "Of course!" I grunt loudly, punching the wall nearest to me. "Fuck!" I continue on down the crowdless road, but without the speed of haste, cursing the fact that Zephon slipped clear of his deserved murder again. Thoughts of my mother flash in my head, and I hear her voice speaking to me. "You failed me, Elia. I can't deny it. I let her down again. She deserves peace in her death, for her killing to be avenged by disposing of Zephon once and for all. I'm sure that Sazerac has its fair share of assassins, but this is a responsibility that I have to handle personally. Along with my mother, I also deserve to live the rest of my days in tranquility. As long as Zephon walks the grounds of Aerasak, those days are never going to come. I need to think of something, but where do I start? If only... My words are cut short, a pair of arms whisking me into an alleyway. I know this is a death trap for those who tread the lonely roads alone, and I want to fight back, but it's already too late. I'm shoved up against a wall and spun around, a pair of hands immediately sliding up between my legs. "Oh, baby, you look so good tonight." I rear my head back, causing my attacker to grunt in agony as the crack of his nose bounces between the narrow walls of the alleyway. I spin around with clenched fists, just as the man looks up at me, a trail of blood pouring from his crooked nose. I stop for a moment, shocked at his identity. "Tonalun," I gasp. "What the fuck are you doing?" "My nose," he moans. "You broke it." The anger returns to me in the blink of an eye. He always tried to cop a feel at work, never being successful, but for him to go this far in an attempt to satisfy his perverted desires. He has crossed the line, and I'm about to make sure he knows the repercussions. "You're not walking out of here on your own 2 feet, I snarl. A look of fear sparks in his eyes as he throws up his palms. "Look, I'm a little drunk, so I..." No more words leave his mouth, because it's too busy eating a punch. 2 of his teeth hurl through the air, bouncing along the concrete ground as I reel my fist back for another blow. This one I unleash to his gut, causing my boss to keel over as the air is snatched from his lungs. "You picked the wrong night to mess with me." Suddenly, he springs forth like an arrow from a bow, picking me up and slamming me against the wall. It hurts, but my body is still hardened from my previous fights against individuals far more imposing than the owner of a silly bakery. He may have the natural strength advantage, but I dwarf him in every other aspect. I immediately duck as he throws a punch, slipping between his legs as he hollers in pain. Gasping, he turns around. I kick him where it hurts the most. He throws a hand back against the wall, perhaps to save himself from falling. I kick his legs out from underneath him. As soon as he's on the ground, I unleash blow after blow, each time aiming for a different spot. He catches one of my fists and flips me around so that he's on top. Before he lands a punch, I grab him by the collar of his clothing, pulling him close. I headbutt him so hard that my own head is ringing. His face goes expressionless before he falls beside me. Shaking it off, I get to my feet. I grab my knife from its sheath, raising it high with the intention of taking his life. I don't care if I have no job after this. No one assaults me and gets away with it. My knife is whisked away from my grip, and before I have the chance to react, I'm thrown off of Tonalon. I throw a punch at the person who has dared to intervene, but they catch it. I look up to see Azran standing tall over me, his entire hand encapsulating my fist. He pushes me towards a nearby Vilko, who catches me as I stumble. "What are you guys doing here?" I blurt out. Neither of them answer. Instead, Azran slowly advances on my boss, who is regaining consciousness. He rears his head up, his eyes widening at the sight of Azran. Perhaps he thinks he's hallucinating, that I've morphed into a literal demon. "How dare you!" snarls my unwanted saviour. She enticed me and then she shoved me off," insists Tonalon. "First you assault Elia, then you insult me with your lies. I should kill you for daring to lay a hand on her." Vilko steps closer to my boss. "Get on your feet." Tonalon raises his hands in a gesture of surrender as he stands. "This is dreadful behaviour. I have the mind to fire you for this, Elia," shouts my boss. "Why?" asks Vilko. "Because she wouldn't fuck you." Azran clenches his fist and grabs Tonalon by the throat. "Tell me why I shouldn't take your life." Tonalon curls up like a dead Yaliz as Azran yells at him, but Vilko interjects. "Hold on, let's not be so hasty now. You're Elia's boss, so what are you going to do to make this right?" Tonalon's fearful gaze glances at me, his face cringing as I return a look of bloodlust. "She can keep her job at the bakery, and I swear I won't go near her." Azran and Vilko look at one another, then back at my snivelling boss. Without consulting me, they agree to his terms. Tonalon scurries away without a second thought. Azran and Vilko spin around in surprise. "You let him get away." The startled look on Azran's face turns to one of anger. He opens his mouth, but I interject before he says anything. "Give me back my knife."
Chapter 10. Azran. I could rip him apart right here and right now. I spent years learning how to torture the Xaphen. I'm quite sure that those same tactics would work on a demon. I know exactly how to make him lose his mind. I know just how to hurt him. The scum demon, Elia's boss, stumbles away from us, down the street. I turn to Elia, my arms twitching at my sides as I imagine her running to me tearfully and embracing me. Unfortunately, that's absolutely not what happens. "You idiots!" Elia snarls, her eyes wild as she starts to march toward Vilko and I. "You let him get away!" My mouth opens and closes a few times, my brain trying to catch up with the sight before me. She should be thanking us. We just got rid of the piece of shit who terrified her so badly that she ran out of the bar. Maybe this is just how she deals with fear, I tell myself. "Give me back my fucking knife," Elia demands, thrusting her hand out to Vilko, who looks as confused and surprised as I feel. He wordlessly places the blade back into Elia's hand, and she sheathes it at her thigh in a fluid motion that I might appreciate more if she didn't begin stomping away from both of us. "Elia!" I call out to her, and she stops in her tracks, whirling on us. "What has he done to you?" Vilko asks. The fight with Elia's boss seems to have sobered him up. He walks to Elia and places a hand lightly on her shoulder. I don't miss the fact that she doesn't move away from him, flinch away from him, or push him away, despite the rage that's still rolling off of her in waves. I swallow the acidic anger that rises in my throat, and then I cross my arms over my chest. "You cannot keep working for him if you're that afraid of him," Vilko says, his voice completely rational. "Yes," I find myself chiming in. "You're afraid of him. I saw you in the bar. What did he do to you to frighten you that much?" Elia scoffs, shaking her head as though the mere implication of her fearing Tonalon is ridiculous. "I'm fine." Vilko sighs impatiently as if Elia's answers annoy him. but I can tell that he is trying to be kind to her. We both continue to ask her questions, but she refuses to answer them and continues repeating the same words over and over again, seeming to grow more agitated by the second. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Well, you might be fine, but I don't think you should be alone tonight. Vilko's words surprise Elia and I. You should stay with Azron tonight. I'm sure he wouldn't have any problem hosting you for the night. I force down the lump that just exploded in my throat before I can speak. Of course, I croak the words out. You're very welcome to come to my place for the night. I look up at the sky. It is late enough that all traces of red have left the sky. Instead, the sky is as black as my horns. 2 moons, Naomia and Edea, hang in the distance. They do not provide much light. Instead, they shimmer darkly like 2 looming disasters, waiting to crash into Ikoth. Elia sighs as Vilko continues to invite her to stay at my place for the night. You're hoping that she'll say yes. That's all you want. For her to say yes. I have no interest in doing that, Elia says curtly. The hope that had been ballooning in my chest deflates, and something about her icy, distant tone stokes my rage. We're just trying to protect you, you know. My voice is tight and hoarse. My voice is an angry growl, and it is loud, as if it echoed off the night sky above us. We already saved you from your boss. You're being ungrateful. You should just come home with me so that you can actually be safe, as opposed to being in your own place. I'm quite sure that your boss knows where you live, and I have a feeling that he's the kind of demon who would come looking for revenge. Elia, who is turning away from me, whirls around, rounding on me. I take a step back as rage flares across her face. Her brown eyes are black in the night, and they are bright and sharp as diamonds. Her lips are pulled back in a snarl, and when I look down, her hands are clenched into fists. She looks ready to attack me, and I am almost sure she'd be able to get a good few punches in before I could stop her. I don't need your help, and I didn't ask for your help. Her voice is a low hiss, but right then, it is the loudest thing in the world. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Leave me alone. She spits the last sentence before turning on her heel and walking swiftly down the street. She walks with her head down, and she walks so quickly that I couldn't catch up with her if I tried. Vilko is looking after her with widened eyes. I lift my hand to my throat, where my pulse flutters angrily in the hollow of it. I can't believe you let a human woman no less, talk to you like that. No one has ever spoken to me with such disrespect before, and especially not after I joined the military. No one except my generals, and they had a right to. Just then, Vilko starts to laugh. You! I turn to him and he stumbles away from me. He's definitely sober, because he knows he should be scared of me right now. The Gorgon could certainly take me on. We're equals in height and size, and I'm quite sure his fighting ability could match mine. Why did you even bring her to the bar tonight? My voice is louder than I intended, but at that moment my rage is uncontrollable. My chest is heaving and I am snorting, and I know my green eyes are tinged with red as blood rises to my face. My skin tingles, my body trembling as if anticipating a fight. Your rage has primed you to be ready to fight at all times. I try to calm myself down, but my shoulders are shaking and my heart flutters, jumping around in my chest. The rage swirls around in my body, straining for release. Vilko has realized that I am probably not going to attack him. A smooth, easy smile crosses his face. I just don't know, I speak through clenched teeth, why you brought her here tonight. Vilko shrugs and smooths down the front of his crisp shirt. I think she's interesting. She isn't like every other average human woman I've met. Anyway, I need to make sure someone's around to take care of you while I'm off on my travels. I let out a barking, choking laugh, sounding a lot like the Batlas from Shozu. As if I'd want to be anywhere near her, I scoff. I tilt my eyes to the sky. Tonight, Naomia looks closer than usual. She's insufferable and ungrateful. She's more likely to kill me than anything else. Vilko shrugs again, completely unbothered. You never know. His nonchalance doesn't help me cool down. All I can think of is Aaliyah's angry, violent, beautiful face. Besides, she's an idiot. What human woman thinks they can take of themselves? They're all just useless and feeble, and she is no different. Vilko and I start to walk down the street in the direction of my loft. I find myself talking about Aaliyah, complaining about her, all the way down the street. You have so much bad to say about her, but you barely know her. When I turn to look at Vilko, there's a sly smile on his face and a twinkle in his eye that I really do not like the look of.
Hope you are enjoying this production of Her Demon Mate. Like and subscribe to help support the channel so I can continue to bring you free audiobooks. Just click down below. Chapter 11, Elia. I stomp past an ensemble of druggies as I make my way home, ignoring their calls. They wouldn't be doing any such thing if they knew what I did to the last person who harassed me, but I have no energy to dish out more punishment, no matter how deserving. Soon I open the door to my apartment, stepping inside and shaking the rain off of me. It's a small but quaint place, with a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen and living room combined together. I light the fireplace in the living room, pouring myself a drink. It's not much, but it belongs to me. It's a safe haven, and I am more than relieved to be home. I unstrap the sheath around my thigh, tossing aside the knife. I'm still pissed off that I never got to use it tonight. With bruised hands, I bring the glass to my lips, sipping on a comforting drink. My first fight in ages, and with nothing to gain from it. How dare Azran and Vilko think they can handle my business for me? The worst part is that I know I'm going to have to continue dealing with Tonnelan after this. Even if he never does touch me again, I'll forever remember the wretched sensation of his hands slithering across my body. They just couldn't stay out of it, could they? Relenting in my thoughts, I take a seat by my window, casting an eye on the dark red streets of Sazirok. Much like my mind, this city is dark, a raging cesspool of violence. That murderer Zafon is still out there somewhere. Who knows how many more humans he's gotten killed? I realise at that moment that I'm not going to be able to focus on anything else, not while I know that disgusting Zafon is roaming the city where I reside. It's because of him that my mother isn't sitting across from me while we enjoy a cup of tea in each other's company. It's because of Zafon that I turned out as fucked up and mentally scarred as I am. For that, I'm going to make sure he pays, and I decide not to give up, no matter how long it takes. I'll have his blood on my hands, even if I die trying. I sigh in frustration, leaning my head back against the wall. All this time was spent trying to forge a new life for myself, letting go of my past, and piecing my broken spirit back together after it shattered to pieces. Maybe this life of violence was what I was made for. So then why does it feel so hard for me to throw myself back into the game? Deciding to rest on it, I retreat to the comfort of my bed, sinking into the sheets. My sleep, however, is far from perfect. I end up spending the night tossing and turning for hours on end. Then morning comes too soon enough. I enter the bakery through the back door, here by myself as per usual at this time of morning. Tonnelan doesn't show up until just after noon, and part of me even wonders if he'll show his face. With the place to myself, I at least do not have to deal with the stupidity of others. I get to work preparing and mixing the dough and assembling the pastries. The time comes to open the shop an hour before noon. As expected, there is a long line out the door, which keeps me busy. I'm good at anything I do, even if I don't have the heart for it, and that includes my job at the bakery. I get through the line at a quick pace, eager to rid myself of the morning rush. After taking a customer's order, I turn away from the counter to wash my hands, asking him to wait. "Next!" I call out as I dry myself off. Got to keep this queue moving. "Good morning, Elia," greets a familiar voice. Immediately recognizing it, my knees quiver beneath me as I turn to see Azran standing there at the front of the line. He is a giant amongst them, taking up 3 times more space than anyone else. "I wanted to—" He raises his arm and hits it off a tray of demonic croissants, which get their name from the way their ends curl up like horns, much like the ones atop Azran's head. I catch the tray before any of the pastries fall off and put them behind me, hiding a smirk. I glance at the clock, seeing it's just turned to noon. Remembering how he interfered in my business last time, I reel around with a frown on my face, aiming it right at Azran. I don't have the nerve to shout at him, whether it's because there are other customers here, or because he looks silly. I hardly guess you're here for any pastries, so what do you want? I ask. Azran keeps clear of the other trays nearby, drawing himself up as if about to say a speech that he had spent hours rehearsing. I wanted to apologize for intervening in your business last night, so, sorry. The lack of effort alone is enough to make me smile, looking at the side as I do so. Returning my gaze to Azran, he beams at me with a look of anticipation. I decide to forgive him, realizing that he ultimately had good intentions. Apart from that, I find it endearing that a demon would apologize to me. It's a first. Just for future reference, I would advise that you work on admitting guilt and taking accountability before saying the word sorry. It makes for a better apology. Duly noted, replies Azran, flashing a smile at me. So this is where you work then? Yep, I say, gesturing to the interior. Not a bad place, is it? So did you actually want something to eat, by the way? Oh no, he says before his eyes dart to the illustrious display of enticing pastries. Well, he smiles again, this time shaking his head. I also came just to check and see how you were doing. You did? Yeah, I know you said you're fully capable of handling yourself. I saw plenty of that last night. Regardless, I know that can scar you like nothing else. I just needed to see if you're all right. I'm quite all right, I answer. Thanks for asking. Azran casts a glance around the shop. What about your boss? Any sign of him? Tonalyn. He's usually here around this time, so I don't know what could be taking him so long to arrive. Maybe some of those punches you were giving him last night are having a late effect. He could be knocked out cold in his bed right now. I burst out laughing. As I calm down, I notice Azran gazing at me as if he's checking me out. It's a good thing that I'm behind the counter. Otherwise, he'd see my legs shaking with excitement. Ilya, he starts to say. Just then, the door behind me opens. We turn to see Tonalyn stumbling in, his face and body covered with bandages and dried bloodstains. Groaning, he holds a rag against his bruised cheek while holding a cup of caffo in the other. The bakery goes quiet. The silence catches the attention of Tonalyn, who turns around to face us with a disgruntled look. At the sight of Azran, he freezes, his eyes going wide. He opens his mouth to speak, but only stutters. It's you. I came to pick up one of your finest baked goods, says Azran in the most monotone voice I've ever heard. Tonalyn turns back the way he entered, hightailing it out of the bakery. Well, I say, turning back to Azran, something tells me that I won't have to worry about my boss, at least not while you're here. I suppose I'll just have to stick around then, won't I? He says, his voice returning to that silky smooth delivery. Suddenly, it's very hot inside the bakery. Azran and I stay smiling at each other, and I find myself completely rid of the anger inside of me, at least for now. Excuse me, says the customer, who had ordered before Azran made his presence known. May I get that unholy sweet roll now?
Chapter 12. Azran. The words felt strange coming from my mouth. You're a demon. You shouldn't be apologizing for anything, especially not to a human. You did nothing wrong. I am unable to say anything as I look at Aaliyah, who has gone back to helping a customer. Even though apologizing to Aaliyah felt strange, it was worth it. Because every few minutes, while she helps the bakery's customers, she glances up at me and flashes a smile. I wander over to a table and chair in the corner of the store and sit down. I'm still staring at her. I could never regret apologizing to her, not if she smiles at me like that every day for the rest of my life. The morning, red-tinged sunlight glimmers in through the bakery's windows then, and Aaliyah is caught in the middle of the sunlight. Her dark hair, which is in braids, falls down her back to her waist. Her skin glows in the sunlight, and she is not as pale as she was last night. Instead, today there is a rosy glow to her face and her arms, which are bare. I inhale with some difficulty, because suddenly I feel like I am choking. My chest is tight, and there is a lump in my throat. What am I feeling right now? I think to myself as I watch Aaliyah flit around the store. I have no answer to the question. I've never really been in a position where I have found a female this beautiful and captivating. And it's a human woman to boot. The two customers, a demon woman and her child that Aaliyah was helping, leave the store then, leaving us alone. I'm not sure where Aaliyah's boss is, but I have a feeling he left the bakery the minute he saw me. At least he has some sense of self-preservation, I think to myself with dark satisfaction. Aaliyah is busy behind the counter, so I stand and walk over to her. All I want is to be close to her. There is still a lump in my throat, and my face feels quite warm suddenly, and my palms feel sweaty. I lean on the counter, and when Aaliyah looks up, she places a paper bag on the counter in front of me. Again, she smiles at me, and my chest grows tight again, and the lump in my throat seems to swell. What is this? I open the small paper bag, and I do not miss the way my fingers tremble as I do so. Inside are two of my favorite pastries. How did you know? I ask her, and my voice is filled with wondering incredulity. I didn't even ask for anything. And how did you know these are my favorites? My face is warmer than ever, and I step back from the counter and force myself to inhale. Aaliyah smirks, one corner of her mouth higher than the other. Her eyes sparkle, but I'm not sure if it is the blood-red sunlight burning through the windows, or if it is just her eyes. The lump in my throat has actually become quite uncomfortable. She shrugs then as I raise an eyebrow at her. Just a lucky guess, I suppose. But she looks and sounds very pleased with herself. I think very hard as I stare down at the pastries. I didn't think you'd be such a good liar, I say finally, when I have figured it out. She remembered Vilko's order from yesterday. You almost fooled me, I say, laughing slightly as I break off a piece of the sweet pastry. Instead of laughing along with me, Aaliyah's face twists into darkness. The strange expression is only on her face for a second, before her face becomes devoid of emotion. She shrugs and walks out from behind the counter to the front door of the bakery. She checks that the door is properly closed before she locks it. Then Aaliyah turns to me, and her arms are crossed over her chest. There's a lot you don't know about me, she says, her voice casual. But I see it again, though it passes so quickly that I could have imagined it. Her face twists in and out of darkness again, and the darkness clouds her eyes for a second before it clears from her face. My voice is slightly gruff when I speak. I take a step towards her. Can I remedy that? I ask her. She doesn't look surprised or shocked. Instead, she simply raises an eyebrow. A smile plays around her lips. The bakery is quiet. Standalone and the rest of the staff must have disappeared a while ago. Aaliyah inhales deeply, and I watch the movement of her chest rising and falling. I take another step towards her. Well, she cocks her head to the side. What exactly would you like to know? Aaliyah doesn't wait for me to answer. She goes around the shop and places tables on chairs. Then she gets the broom out and starts to sweep the floor. I am mesmerized by every movement she makes. Her hips sway as she walks to and from the back of the store. Her legs are lean and strong, and her butt is nicely rounded. Then she does something that threatens to twist me in ways that I do not understand. She pulls her long black hair out of the braids it is in. Her hair cascades down her back in a black veil, and it swings with every movement she makes. Aaliyah walks up to me then, and the same smile plays around her lips. What would you like to know? She asks me again, and her voice is softer and lower and throaty. She points to the sign she has turned around on the front door to the bakery. It is my lunch break right now, so whatever you want to know, you need to figure it out in the next 30 minutes. She's about to walk past me, back to the back of the store, but I grab her arm as she moves past me. I inhale her scent again. It is spicy and warm as it was before. but this time it is not tinged with fear. 30 minutes is not nearly enough time for me to have my way with you, I tell her, my voice much rougher than I intended. Elia looks me up and down, and her gaze threatens to set me on fire. Her lips are parted as if she's about to speak. The bakery is so silent, and I'm surprised that we cannot hear the noises of Sazerac in this shop right now. Instead, it feels like we're insulated, protected from the outside world, like we're in our own little bubble, and no one outside exists. There's plenty of time for me to learn what I want to know about you, I find myself murmuring. We have tomorrow, and the day after, but I'm not willing to wait for everything else I want. Later, I will spend hours trying to figure out who made the first move, but I can never be sure. All I know is that the next second I am kissing her, and she is kissing me back just as fiercely. Chapter 12. Azron. The words felt strange coming from my mouth. You're a demon. You shouldn't be apologizing for anything, especially not to a human. You did nothing wrong. I'm unable to say anything as I look at Aaliyah, who has gone back to helping a customer. Even though apologizing to Elia felt strange, it was worth it. Because every few minutes, while she helps the bakery's customers, she glances up at me and flashes a smile. I wander over to a table and chair in the corner of the store and sit down. I am still staring at her. I could never regret apologizing to her. Not if she smiles at me like that every day for the rest of my life. The morning, red-tinged sunlight glimmers in through the bakery's windows then, and Aaliyah is caught in the middle of the sunlight. Her dark hair, which is in braids, falls down her back to her waist. Her skin glows in the sunlight, and she is not as pale as she was last night. Instead, today there is a rosy glow to her face and her arms, which are bare. I inhale with some difficulty because suddenly I feel like I am choking. My chest is tight, and there is a lump in my throat. What am I feeling right now? I think to myself as I watch Elia flit around the store. I have no answer to the question. I've never really been in a position where I have found a female this beautiful and captivating. And it's a human woman, to boot. The two customers, a demon woman and her child that Elia was helping, leave the store then, leaving us alone. I'm not sure where Elia's boss is, but I have a feeling he left the bakery the minute he saw me. At least he has some sense of self-preservation, I think to myself, with dark satisfaction. Elia is busy behind the counter, so I stand and walk over to her. All I want is to be close to her. There is still a lump in my throat, and my face feels quite warm suddenly, and my palms feel sweaty. I lean on the counter, and when Elia looks up, she places a paper bag on the counter in front of me. Again, she smiles at me, and my chest grows tight again, and the lump in my throat seems to swell. What is this? I open the small paper bag, and I do not miss the way my fingers tremble as I do so. Inside are two of my favorite pastries. How did you know? I ask her, and my voice is filled with wondering incredulity. I didn't even ask for anything. And how did you know these are my favorites? My face is warmer than ever, and I step back from the counter and force myself to inhale. Elia smirks, one corner of her mouth higher than the other. Her eyes sparkle, but I'm not sure if it is the blood-red sunlight burning through the windows or if it is just her eyes. The lump in my throat has actually become quite uncomfortable. She shrugs then as I raise an eyebrow at her. Just a lucky guess, I suppose. But she looks and sounds very pleased with herself. I think very hard as I stare down at the pastries. I didn't think you'd be such a good liar, I say finally, when I have figured it out. She remembered Vilko's order from yesterday. You almost fooled me, I say, laughing slightly as I break off a piece of the sweet pastry. Instead of laughing along with me, Elia's face twists into darkness. The strange expression is only on her face for a second, before her face becomes devoid of emotion. She shrugs and walks out from behind the counter to the front door of the bakery. She checks that the door is properly closed before she locks it. Then Elia turns to me, and her arms are crossed over her chest. "There's a lot you don't know about me," she says, her voice casual. But I see it again, though it passes so quickly that I could have imagined it. Her face twists in and out of darkness again, and the darkness clouds her eyes for a second before it clears from her face. My voice is slightly gruff when I speak. I take a step towards her. "Can I remedy that?" I ask her. She doesn't look surprised or shocked. Instead, she simply raises an eyebrow. A smile plays around her lips. The bakery is quiet. Standalone and the rest of the staff must have disappeared a while ago. Elia inhales deeply, and I watch the movement of her chest rising and falling. I take another step towards her. "Well," she cocks her head to the side. "What exactly would you like to know?" Elia doesn't wait for me to answer. She goes around the shop and places tables on chairs. And then she gets the broom out and starts to sweep the floor. I am mesmerized by every movement she makes. Her hips sway as she walks to and from the back of the store. Her legs are lean and strong, and her butt is nicely rounded. Then she does something that threatens to twist me in ways that I do not understand. She pulls her long black hair out of the braids it is in. Her hair cascades down her back in a black veil, and it swings with every movement she makes. Elia walks up to me then, and the same smile plays around her lips. "What would you like to know?" she asks me again, and her voice is softer and lower and throaty. She points to the sign she has turned around on the front door to the bakery. "It is my lunch break right now, so whatever you want to know, you need to figure it out in the next 30 minutes. She is about to walk past me, back to the back of the store, but I grab her arm as she moves past me. I inhale her scent again. It is spicy and warm as it was before, but this time it is not tinged with fear. 30 minutes is not nearly enough time for me to have my way with you, I tell her, my voice much rougher than I intended. Elia looks me up and down, and her gaze threatens to set me on fire. Her lips are parted as if she is about to speak. The bakery is so silent, and I am surprised that we cannot hear the noises of Sarzirok in this shop right now. Instead, it feels like we're insulated, protected from the outside world, like we're in our own little bubble and no one outside exists. "There's plenty of time for me to learn what I want to know about you," I find myself murmuring. "We have tomorrow and the day after, but I'm not willing to wait for everything else I want." Later, I will spend hours trying to figure out who made the first move, but I can never be sure. All I know is that the next second, I am kissing her, and she is kissing me back just as fiercely.
Chapter 14. Elia. I glance at the clock on the wall, eagerly counting down every second in anticipation of closing time. Like everyone else working a menial job, I can't wait to get out of here for the evening, but my motivations are vastly different from anyone in this wretched city. While other people are looking forward to getting piss drunk, I have murder on my mind. I'm pushing out final orders and serving my last handful of customers for the day, all in an effort to close up shop as soon as possible. For what I have planned, I'm going to need every minute I can spare. "Here you are," I say to a customer, handing them a bag of pastries. "Come again soon." "I'll be back tomorrow." "Can't wait to see you," I chime, shooting a smile as they walk out the door. As soon as they leave, the smile drops. I flip the sign on the door from open to closed, beginning the process of closing up shop. I go about everything as quickly as I can manage, being mindful not to mess up. Standalone is a son of a gun about mistakes, and I do not plan on walking into work tomorrow to be met with a barrage of complaints. Once all is said and done, I leave and lock up the bakery. Pulling up my hood, I start my journey into the centre of town, making my way directly to the Zafan Embassy building. A few minutes later, I'm watching the building from across the street, seated in a cafe shop opposite the embassy. It's what I expected it to be, a gated location with armed guards posted out front. They shoot evil glares at all demons walking by, typical Zaffan scum. Having surveyed the building long enough, I begin looking for a way in. They're hardly going to welcome me with open arms, I mutter. I better look for an alternative way in. It was very early on in my Zaffan hunting days when I learned that there's always a weak spot, even in a heavily guarded fortress. It wasn't the first time I had to infiltrate such a place. As I thought, I find a conveniently placed hole in the fencing around the rear and begin inching my way through it. I double-check to make sure I have my knife on me, just in case things go sour. I might be armed, but I need to exercise caution. If I'm seen, then I'll be done for. It's a tough decision to consciously stay my blade, being that I'm the most bloodthirsty I've been in years. As I sneak through the grounds and watch the patrol guards from afar, I watch the faces of those who pass by. They're completely unaware of the killer hiding just a few feet away from them. I'm so livid and hungry for Zephon's blood that I envision the guards' dying faces, imagining using my dagger on them until they coughed up blood. I accept just how messed up I am, but I'd rather be who I am than someone who runs away from delivering justice. Being a human woman, my footsteps are incredibly light and masked by the sound of rain. From a hiding place, I spot an entry point into the building by way of the air vents running up the side of the embassy. The hole is big enough for me to fit through. Soon I'm inside the headquarters, manoeuvring my way through the tight and narrow vents. Good thing I'm not claustrophobic. I pass over several holes in the vents, allowing me to spy on those below. I come across a few offices, a canteen, and an armory. Eventually, I get to the end of the vents, and I have to hop down into what looks to be a conference room. A few seconds after I land, the door to the room opens, and I dive for cover behind a shelf. Several pairs of footsteps march right in. I peek my head out, eyeing a unit of guards huddling around something or someone. They part, revealing that murderous beast, Zephon. At the sight of him, images of my mother flash in my mind, tempting me to burst out and lunge for the Zaffan then and there. "Don't do it," says the voice in my head. "You'll be dead before you even reach him." I curse the guards protecting him, but at least they do not see me here. I decide it best to remain still and see what intel I can uncover. "Stupid progress reports," hisses Zephon as he begins to fill out a document. "Fucking higher-ups can't let me carry out my mission in peace." He's here for a mission? A diplomatic one, perhaps. So he hasn't come just to torment me. I realise at that moment that I could have hallucinated him, smiling deviously at me the other night. Am I that fucked up that I'm losing my mind? Focus! Just then, the doors open once more, and in enters a commanding figure who is most certainly not a Zaffan. The others peer down their noses at him, despite the fact the man who just entered is taller than anyone in the room. Is that a Sosgaroth? What on Aerasak is a demon doing here? "You're late, General Gelged Sanel," sneers Zephon. "I'm not late, you're just early. Let's get this over with." "Very well. How are things with the man you've assigned to this case?" "He's not happy about doing it, and quite frankly, neither am I." I can't say it's a surprise that a Zaffan and a Sosgaroth don't get along, but the questions still press in my mind. What the fuck are they working together on? Who is this man that they're speaking of? "I'm not exactly thrilled at the prospect of having to work with demons," says Zephon, "but you don't see me complaining about it, do you? Besides, should you pull out then, it wouldn't be very good for our diplomatic relations now, would it?" The demon general snarls and grunts before replying. "Is your intel report ready for me?" "Yes," replies Zephon, producing a file and handing it to Gelged. The demon opens the file, flicking through its many pages and running a finger along its words and images, none of which I can see from where I am. "I'll hand this off to my man tonight," says Gelged. "So are we done here then?" "Yes, now get out of this embassy," growls Zephon. Both parties make a swift exit, allowing me to re-enter the vents. Through them, I hear the footsteps of Zephon and his men venture deeper into the embassy, to a part I have no path to. Ugh, no. I realise I won't be taking anyone's life tonight, but there's something else that could make up for it. I scurry back to the outside grounds, making my way around the fencing just in time to catch the demon general leaving the building. He has something confidential in that folder, and I need to find out exactly what it is. Whatever it is, it's important enough for the demons and Zaphon to be working together. Something's going on, and Zephon seems to be a leading figure in all of this, so I know he'll hang around until the conclusion of this supposed mission. I begin tailing Gelged, following him from a few meters away. I blend in with the bumbling masses of people walking the streets, the perfect hiding spot for whenever Gelged glances over his shoulder. Eventually, he comes upon an apartment complex. I can tell just how fancy and well-equipped this place is, just from the exterior alone, for the apartments seem to be at least 3 times as big as mine. Following him inside, the building is clean and smells fresh. I stay far behind as I trail his steps up a set of stairs, coming to a few floors above ground level. He turns into a long and spacious hallway. I wait for him to get at least halfway down before I move. Watching from afar, I keep my hand readied on my knife as he stops outside a door. I dive behind a massive potted plant as he looks behind him once more. The door opens, and I hear the familiar voice that shocks me. "Can't say I'm glad to see you," says Azran, stepping out into the hallway. "You know I'd much rather be here under different circumstances. I have the files for your mission. Let me in so we can talk." "Fine." Just as the general enters his place, Azran suddenly snaps his head toward me. I've unknowingly stepped out too far from my hiding spot. His eyes land on me, and I feel like a doe caught in the sights of a predator. A smile lights up his face, and he throws a waving hand in the air. "Ilya? Is that you? What are you doing here?" he calls out. "Oh no, what do I do?"
Chapter 15. Azran. I'm in the middle of preparing dinner when there comes a heavy, commanding knock at the door. For a moment, I think it is Ilya and that I've gotten my times mixed up. I turn around and dust off my hands as I trot toward the door. I open it to the sight of General Gelged Senel standing there, his chin raised high in all his commanding glory. As per usual, I'm far from pleased to see him. "Can't say I'm glad to see you," I say, not bothering to hide my disdain for his unannounced arrival. "You know I'd much rather be here under different circumstances. I have the files for your mission. Let me in so we can talk." "Fine." I'm not happy to let him in, but I step aside, gesturing for him to enter. I believe his words about not wanting to come here, knowing he's likely facing pressure from his own superiors in the chain of command to get this case rolling. As he walks by me, I hear the sound of footsteps from down the hallway. My natural curiosity draws me toward the sound, and I turn to see an unexpected sight. "Ilya? Is that you?" Ilya freezes, wearing a strange expression of surprise on her face, as if she was just caught doing something that she shouldn't have been. There is a contemplative look in her eye, like she's unsure of where to go. I wave to her as Gelged settles in behind me. Ilya seemingly hesitates for a split moment, but comes over. "What are you doing here?" "Hey," she says lightly. She shoots a quick look behind her before joining me. Her mien is off-putting and suspicious. What is her deal? I close the door as she approaches so that she can only see me. The last thing I want is for my work in the military to overcross with my blooming love life. I'm already mindful about it, and the sight of the general wouldn't be doing me any favors. Of course, the general has different ideas. Having noticed I have another guest, he pops his head around mine. "Who's there?" "I'll be back in a second," I blurt, pushing him back. I step out into the hallway and close the door. So much for keeping him hidden. Drawing myself up, I turn to Ilya with a friendly smile. "What are you doing here?" She hesitates. Crap, she must have caught sight of Gelged. "Are you here for dinner? Because I think you're about an hour early. I still have everything cooking." "Dinner?" she asks, sounding as if she forgot about our date. "Yeah, that's what I was here for." I wait for elaboration, but she just stands there. By now, her behavior is beginning to concern me, and I wonder if there's something wrong. "Is everything okay? Did something happen at work?" I clench my fists. "Did Standalone come on to you again? If you want, I can go and beat... It's okay, Azran, she blurts out, grasping my hands in a reassuring manner. Like you said, I was just here for dinner, but I got my times mixed up. I'm just tired today, that's all. My mistake. Right, I mutter. I'm not fully convinced, but I have to return to the general. It's not like I have the time to ask if she's being truthful. I would happily invite you inside, but I have someone from work waiting for me. If I keep him lingering around any longer, then I won't have time to get ready. That's fine, she answers. I'll get going then. See you soon? Yeah, come back in an hour. I'll be ready for you then. She's already backing away as I'm speaking. Sure thing. With that, she spins around and practically breaks into a sprint. I shake my head in confusion. Just what is up with her? I wonder if perhaps catching sight of General Gelged had thrown her off. I watch as she disappears around a corner before I step back into my apartment. The general doesn't seem pleased that there was an interruption. I return the look of annoyance on his face. It's about time you came back, he hisses. I don't have all night to be waiting around for you and your girlfriends. As if you're not the one who decided to come here on my night off, I growl. So tell me, why are you here? He brandishes the file from earlier as if it's a weapon and tosses it on the counter. This is for you. Compliments of our friends down at the Xaphen embassy, he says. That explains the stench since you arrived, I respond, taking a shot glass from my cabinet. It's what they've got so far on this whole case. So they're still insisting we give them a hand, eh? Apparently, they have reason to believe that the killer is in town. You need to get on this as soon as possible. Zephon and the rest of his men are breathing down my neck about this whole situation. The sooner we rid ourselves of their presence, the better. Very well, I reply. Now get out of here and let me enjoy my night off. Growling under his breath, Gelgid pulls the collar of his trench coat and makes a swift but loud exit out of the door. After he leaves, I pull the file closer to me, flicking through the pages. I pour myself a small flash of Jisk as I take a gander, gazing over reports of each murder. Accompanying them are pictures of all the victims. The details are grisly, and there's a lot to unpack. I better take a good look at this tomorrow. Right now, I've got more important things to be focusing on. I throw the file onto a small table in the living room. As I turn around, I'm hit with the smell of burning from my pot. Oh, shh! I rush to the pot, turning down the heat and giving the food a quick stir. I curse the general and his unwarranted visit for the fiasco. Thankfully, I'm able to salvage the food, taking it off the heat while I continue getting ready. With not a lot of time remaining, I proceed quickly with cleaning up the place so that it is neat and presentable for Aaliyah's visit. I then jump into the shower to give myself a wash. I walk into my bedroom, drying myself off. Tossing the towel aside, I pull out from my closet one of my finest silk shirts and trousers. The whole time I'm getting dressed, I can't help but think something is going on with Aaliyah. She had seemed awfully cold during our brief interaction just a short while ago. Could it be that she's scared of me? Or maybe it's that she despises my position in the military. Either way, I better make sure she feels safe and at ease once she arrives. I check myself in the mirror for any flaws in my appearance. Once all seems well, I let out a long exhale in an effort to calm my nerves. I need to relax. This is a dinner date, not a damned interview. Things just went a little odd tonight. It's nothing to be overthinking about at all. I get to work laying out the table for our meal. I set alight my fireplace and light some candles to set a romantic ambience. I need everything to go right for me this evening. Ilya is the first woman I've seen of any species here that's ever blown me away, not only with her good looks, but her personality. Given my own appearance, it's not hard for me to get some action, but I'm not into some short-term type of deal. Not with her, anyway. She's different from my usual lays, and not just because I want something more from her than a good time. For one, she's human, and my tastes have never strayed that way before. But there's something else about her, a fire that lights me up from the inside out. I only wish it didn't come with such hot and cold behavior. I grab a bottle of Pakir from the cabinet of fine wines and retrieve 2 glasses. Soon, everything is ready to go. I give the place a quick once-over just to make sure I didn't forget anything. Just as I finish, there again comes a knock at my door. This one is far lighter and more polite. That's got to be her, I think to myself as I check the time. I reach for the door and let her in, keen on starting afresh for the evening.
Chapter 16. Elia. I run home as if pursued by a serial killer, feeling as if the world is playing a cruel trick of irony on me. Still, I refuse to stop even when I begin feeling breathless. I ignore the begging of my heart to halt and rest. Of all the happenings that have unfolded over the last while, nothing could have prepared me to plummet headfirst into the danger brought by the most recent twist of events. Is this all a nightmare? Is any of this real? It feels as though there's a ploy going on. I need to find out what Azran and General Senal know, and just what is going on between the Zafan and the demons. There are so many questions bouncing around my mind that my head aches. What clues do they have? Could anything link back to me? It can't be a coincidence that Azran and Zephon are connected. I finally reach my home, feeling like I'm about to die from exhaustion as I step inside the door. I collapse on my couch, my legs screaming in agony as I wince and pant for air. "Get yourself together, you idiot!" I yell, slamming a fist on the pillow beside me. "Think of something, a plan. Panicking over anything and everything won't get you anywhere." Internally, I'm wishing this is just a bad dream, that I'll wake up in the comfort of my bed. My encounter with Vilko wouldn't be real, nor would meeting Azran or seeing Zephon stroll past the bar. But this is real life, and my problems aren't going away unless I do something about them. I should go back to Azran's for that dinner and see what clues I can dig up under his nose. That folder should do the job nicely. Rising from the couch, I draw a deep breath and collect my thoughts, clearing my mind for the mission ahead. I've got to find out everything they know. Only then will I be on an even playing field with Zephon, and Azran if needs be. I promise myself that I'll take him on should it come to it, though I'm unsure just how I'd measure up against a demon. I had only ever dealt with Zafan. Not wanting Azran to be sidetracked and distracted by me during our dinner date, I choose to dress modestly. I decide to wear a loose-fitting sweater and a simple pair of tights. I'm back at his front door in less than an hour's time, right on schedule. My hand rests on my sheathed dagger as I hear him approaching the front door. He opens it with a smile and steps aside, gesturing for me to enter. As expected, his place is elite and far more luxurious than mine. His couch itself is nicer than my bed, and the fireplace takes up almost half of his living room, brightly illuminating the quaint space. On the opposite wall is a cabinet, inside of which are many bottles of Pakir. "You got here right on time. Dinner is just about ready. Come then, have a seat." Ever the respectful gentleman, he pulls out a seat for me and pushes it into the table as I relax into it. He then retreats to the kitchen, dishing up for food. He lays down a generous portion of bahru and takes a seat across from me, opening a bottle of Pakir. As he pours the drink, I cast an eye around the place under the disguise of admiring it. I'm really just looking for Sanel's file on me, but it's nowhere to be seen. "Do you like the place?" he asks. I ask distractedly, having zoned out. "Oh, yes, I do. It's really nice here." "So you were excited to see me earlier, eh?" He chuckles. "Yeah, I'm sorry again about showing up out of the blue. I don't know how I lost track of the time like that." "No need to apologise. I'm certainly flattered you were so keen on arriving early. Here, try the Pakir." The deep red wine goes down smoothly, without a burning sensation lingering in my throat thanks to the lighter alcohol content. Its fruity tones make for a perfect complement to the food. "Everything is delicious," I tell Azran. "Thank you for cooking." "Not a problem, but none of this can compare to your pastry-making skills." I do bake a mean pastry. The conversation between us flows so well that for a while, I forget about the main reason why I'm here. After dinner, we both curl up on the couch, twirling our glasses of pakir and clinking them against one another's. You know, Ilya, I'm never one to lie or hold anything back. Oh? Is there something mysterious about you that I don't know? I laugh. I suppose so, but Vilko already mentioned it on the first night we met. I've never really gotten along with anyone I met in this city except him. I don't know what it is about me, but I just don't get along well with others. I don't think you're so bad. Oh, I'm not complaining. I couldn't give two fucks about anyone in this cesspit of a place. I'd much rather be alone than associate myself with anyone here. But there's been a radical change, and that change is you. Me? I ask, smiling widely. Yeah, he answers, tilting his head at me. At that moment, there's a look of wonder in the glint of his beautiful green eyes, flashing like jewellery. That's the point I'm getting at. I suppose, in better words, you're something special that this city doesn't deserve. His language draws me closer to him, as if pulled by magic, closing the distance between us. I meant what I said about you too, I tell him, my hand wandering up to caress the side of his jaw lightly. You're not half as bad as you paint yourself to be. I can be, he groans in a low tone. Then show me, I whisper with desperation. Our lips meet. He lays a hand on my waist, pulling me even closer. So much for not enticing him. He pulls back just when I think things are about to escalate. I remember my mission at that moment, but somehow feel more drawn to him. He certainly knows how to leave a woman wanting more. I'll go get us more pakir. There's some vintage bottles I have stowed away in my room, even better than the ones in the cabinet. He makes a swift exit, leaving me alone in the living room. Sighing, I look around the place unenthusiastically. Unexpectedly, my eyes land on the file I'd been searching for, hidden on a small table that I didn't see earlier. I glance towards his bedroom before making a move. Opening the file, I begin a sick and twisted stroll down memory lane, greeted by gruesome pictures of my past murders. They're supplemented by grisly descriptions of how they were killed, which are almost accurate. I flick through the pages, eager to see if there's anything on me. Surprisingly, I find nothing. Just then, Azran re-emerges from his bedroom. I quickly shut the file and step away from it, but I know for a fact he saw me peeping through it. However, he only smiles. Curious about my work, are you? He asks. I'm unsure of what to say as he joins me, feigning a light-hearted smile. He mutters, before shrugging his shoulders. Screw it. I really shouldn't be showing you this, considering it's highly confidential information, but it's not like a baker can start a war between the Zafan and demons, eh? Yeah, I laugh, trying not to cringe at the forced sound. He opens the file up, allowing me to get a more detailed look at what he has. All of this is part of an ongoing investigation. An investigation? I ask, realizing this is the perfect chance to pull more information. On what? You see, the Zafan have been after a serial killer targeting their officials for years. Recently, they've been able to trace their movements to Sazirok. As part of the peace treaty between them and us, we're unfortunately obliged to help them locate the culprit. Unfortunately, I repeat. It doesn't sound like he wants to be a part of this. Yep, if you ask me, I say let the killer go free. I couldn't give a damn about a Zafan official being murdered. In fact, I'm quite jealous someone has already done it to 8 of them already. Also, there haven't been any killings committed lately in such brutal fashion like the ones in those pictures. Besides, I reply, even if you guys were to, hypothetically, find the guy, you know the Zafan would still take the credit. Yes, he exclaims. It's a shame I don't have a choice in aiding them. I suppose at the end of the day, it's best to avoid doing anything that'll raise their eyebrows. Yeah, I say uneasily. You're right.
Chapter 17. Azran. I can smell the stink of fear coming off Aliyah. Fear and anxiety and rage. That's interesting, I think to myself as I examine her. She keeps glancing over at my desk, and my mind wanders back to the file that she was going through. Interesting. Right now she moves from foot to foot, and her anxiety is still obvious. It is obvious in the way she is biting down on her full lower lip. It is obvious in the way her brow is furrowed, and in the way her hands are balled into fists. What could possibly be making her act this way? I don't understand why Aaliyah has changed so much, so quickly. "Why don't we go have dessert?" I ask her, and she blinks up at me, as if she had completely forgotten that I'm standing right in front of her. "Okay," she murmurs. I place my hand on the small of her back to guide her out of the room, but she jumps. "Sorry," I say, and move away from her. Now, Aaliyah has her arms crossed over her chest, and she shivers slightly. What in the name of Zydra is wrong with her? I very rarely invoke the names of any of our gods and goddesses. Demons very rarely say the names of the ones we're supposed to worship. But Aaliyah has never acted more strange, and I have no idea what to do with her. I lead her to the kitchen of my apartment and pull out a box of cake that I picked up at a patisserie on the other side of Sarzirok. Aaliyah and I sit down at the small table that I usually eat breakfast at. All I really want is to get close to Aaliyah again. I want to be near her. I want to hold her in my arms. I want to inhale her scent without fear that she is going to push me away. But that is starting to look impossible. Why did she change so suddenly? What could have possibly happened to make her so jumpy, so suspicious, so strange? Tell me about yourself. We have been sitting in silence for a few minutes. Aaliyah hasn't taken even a sliver of cake yet. If I'm not careful, she'll leave before I can solidify what I feel for her. She looks up at me, startled. Her eyes are wide. She pushes her thick, dark hair away from her face, running her hands through it. I want to know who you are. What is your family like? I try. Aaliyah is very clearly uncomfortable with the question. I don't know. Both my parents are dead. It is clear that any more questions in that direction will not be welcome. How long have you been in Sarzirok? I need to persevere. Hopefully she'll open up to me eventually. Hopefully she'll stop acting so strangely. About 5 years. Her voice is almost listless, but then it twists, becoming hard and sharp, and suspicious. Why do you ask? I shrug and take my time answering as I hand her a small plate of cake. I'm just curious about you, Aaliyah. I just want to get to know you. Is that so wrong? My voice is mild and almost gentle, although I cannot keep the edge of annoyance out of it. Aaliyah must sense my irritation, because her eyes flash dangerously as she takes her plate of cake. She is a human, so I've never seen Aaliyah as a threat. But the flash of light rippling across her eyes just showed me someone else. Instead of seeing a fragile human, for a split second, I saw a woman capable of hurting just about anyone. She takes a cake fork and we eat in silence. The air in Sarzirok is particularly humid tonight. I've opened all the windows of my apartment to let the cooler evening air in, but it hasn't helped much. The cake is decadent. It is a spongy, moist creation of Naimon beans and kafo beans. I love getting cake from this particular patisserie, and tonight it is especially delicious. But Aaliyah says nothing. She eats up her slice of cake wordlessly. I cannot ignore the irritation that is rising within me. Any other woman, human, demon, even Gorgon, would have commented on the cake. She is saying absolutely nothing. Are you okay? I ask her eventually. My voice is hard and dull. When Aaliyah looks up at me, her eyes are flat, and her mouth is pressed into a hard line. For a minute, her eyes shimmer, looking almost glossy, and I wonder if she's going to cry. I'm fine. She pushes her chair away from the table and stands. Thank you for the night. I really enjoyed myself. Her voice is as dull as mine just was. I stand up, my fork falling to the table with a clatter. You're leaving? I can't keep the hurt out of my voice. To my surprise, Aaliyah lets out a mirthless laugh and turns to me. Do you really want me to stay? Of course I do. I invited you here, didn't I? I wince at the tinge of desperation that laces my voice. You're a demon. You're stronger and faster and more powerful than the woman in front of you, but she has reduced you to a ball of desperation. I would feel ashamed of myself, but I'm too angry and confused at Elia to worry. She brushes past me and heads for the door. I grab her by the arm just before she can reach for the door handle. Elia whirls around and I see that flash in her eyes again. "What is it?" she hisses, nearly spitting the words at me. "Why are you acting like this?" I ask her. "First, you seem like you want to be here, like you want to spend time with me. And then you flip a switch and act like you don't even want to see my face." Elia sighs almost impatiently. "Listen." Her voice is tight and measured, as if she is forcing herself to remain calm. Again, I'm convinced that she could be dangerous. She could be dangerous to you. She could hurt you. It was just a flash across her eyes, and I don't know why that convinces me that Aaliyah could probably rip my head off if she wanted to. Regardless of this new feeling, I don't let go of Aaliyah's arm. Instead, I pull her closer to me, so that she is standing in the curve of my body and can feel the heat rolling off me. I want answers. It is not a question. It is a demand. There is no more desperation or hurt in my voice. I want to know why you're acting like you've completely lost your mind. I don't need to tell you anything. Aaliyah pulls away from me. And while she might be dangerous, she still isn't strong enough to pull herself out of my grasp. I don't owe you an explanation. I'm not obligated to like you or want to spend time with you. Or is that what you demons do? Take whatever you want from women? Her words are a taunt as she looks up at me, and her mouth is twisted in a sneer. You do like me, though. The words are clear as a bell in my head. I pull her even closer so that her body is pressed against mine. I place my other hand on her hip. Maybe I'd take offense. I breathe into her ear. I don't miss the way she shivers. If I thought you didn't like me, but I know you do. Whatever is going on with you, I know you want me. She jerks away from me, nearly staggering away from me, and I let her go with a snort. You're an arrogant wretch, she snarls, and maybe if you weren't, I would feel more comfortable with telling you anything. Her rage is palpable, almost shimmering in the air between us. And again, all I can think is that she has never looked more beautiful, with her face flushed and rosy, and her hair thrown into disarray. She is beautiful and angry and very, very dangerous. All I can do is walk towards her, as though I have been hypnotized. Stunning. You need to leave me alone. The warning in her voice is clear. I don't want to see you again. We both know that that is a lie. Something inside her must snap. I'm leaving, she screams as she turns. My arm shoots out and I grab her by the waist. You're not going anywhere. I hear her breath hitch in her throat just before our lips meet. Chapter 18. Azron. Anger and resentment ripples in the air between us as our lips clash against one another. Both my hands are gripping her arms, but she hasn't tried pulling away yet, despite clearly wanting to. Why hasn't she pulled away yet? The thought whips through my head 1,000,000 times in a second as Aaliyah sags against me and fully gives in to the heat racing between us. Her anger is still palpable. Her anger is so violent that I can almost taste it on her mouth when our lips crash together. Resentment and reluctance burn in the kiss, but Aaliyah still doesn't pull away, doesn't let go. When I take a step away from her, she lets out a whimper of protest and locks her arms around my shoulders. My hands slide down her strong arms and our fingers lace together for a second before I take her waist with both hands and pull her even closer to me. Check out the uncut version on Kindle Unlimited.
Chapter 19. Elia. I awake gently out of sleep. Absent is the usual desire to close my eyes for more. I feel well rested and energetic as I prop myself up in bed. I pull the velvety soft sheets up to my chest, gazing out the window as I do so. I marvel at how beautiful the sky looks this morning, its colour an appealing shade of red between the light of midday and the night crimson. Only as I relish in the comfort of this bed do I finally realise it is not my own, having been caught in a post-wake haze. Of course it isn't mine. This is far better than the brick of a mattress I have at home. I peer slowly to the right, expecting to see a wide-awake Azron looking my way. Luckily, he is still asleep. His chest gently rises and falls with every breath he takes. The look on his face is tranquil, not a worry in the creases of his forehead. Never has he been more beautiful than he is in this moment, but alongside my feelings of admiration for him is guilt and regret. I should not have stayed here last night. I'm only getting more caught up in his desires. There are far more important things to be focusing on than making love. Quietly, I get out of bed and pick my clothes up off the floor from where they were thrown last night. I curse under my breath when I look at the clock, remembering I have a shift down at the bakery in a few hours' time. I slip into my garments, wishing work was the only thing on my mind. Last night had been perhaps the best night in all of my life, but ultimately, all it had accomplished was sidetracking me from what I needed to do. I make my way to the door, but I stop in the middle of the frame and glance over my shoulder. Azran shifts underneath the sheets, mindlessly grabbing the pillow I was sleeping on, perhaps thinking it's me. A wave of sadness hits me, the weight of which I can feel dragging me down. I know he likes me as more than a friend, and even worse is knowing I like him back in the exact same way. Gods, it's a lot more than just like. Goodbye, Azran, I whisper, blowing a kiss his way. It's the hardest thing for me to close the door and leave him be. For the first time in years, I don't feel so empty. I sold my soul to rid this world of the evil that claims to be righteous, and after I fled New Solus, I didn't even realise that my life was vacant and purposeless. Until Azran. Until the few hours we had before Zephon showed his face and ruined everything good in my life for the second time. I try to shove down the overwhelming wave of emotion that threatens to drag me under as I finally close Azran's bedroom door behind me. I'm falling for him. I think I might have started falling for him the moment he apologised to me in the bakery. No, the moment we met. But I can't be with him, because he can never know who I truly am. I pass by the open files on the CAFO table. I take one last look at the reports, knowing soon that there will be one more person on the list of victims. I leave the apartment, closing the door quietly behind me. I should start thinking of what to do after I take care of Zephon. His murder is bound to attract a lot of attention from the Zafin, and if they send more over, I might get recognised. I yawn, running a hand over my head as I reach the building's exit. There's far too much to be thinking about already. I'll have to figure out an escape after I do the deed, if there is one. I step out into the streets of Sazirok, feeling the heat of the morning sun. I take a final look behind me at Azron's building. Once again, I'm gutted that I must leave him behind. I want him. I know that for a fact. In an ideal world, we would be together, but this is far from an ideal existence, and so I have to come to terms that I cannot have what I really want. I cannot be with the man who is hunting me down while I'm going after my final target. In what world do I explain to him that I am a killer, and yet somehow still make things work between us? Not this one, that's for sure. I forcibly rip my gaze away from Azran's place of residence, keeping my eyes straight ahead of me as I start walking back in the direction of my home. His home finally disappears around a street corner, and I swallow the hard pill of knowing that I'll never be there with him again. I must have vengeance for my mother, I tell myself. That's who is most important to me right now. That's who this is all for. It is she that still holds my heart, yet there is another force tearing at it. I know myself very well, and have told myself nothing but the truth for all of my life. There is one truth now that forces itself to the front of my mind and knocks violently on the door of my heart. I have fallen in love with the demon Azron, and that makes walking away from him so much harder than I originally anticipated. Luckily, the streets are quiet at this time of the morning. It's the period after the nightlife has come to an end, before the working class starts their days. No one is around to see me crying. I'm strong, but even I am weak against my emotions. I finally step into my door. Part of me is exhausted and begs for further rest. I am half tempted to retreat to the comfort of my own bed, but I decide against it. After all, I'd only be able to get another hour at most. I choose to move my furniture aside and make space for training. I have stayed consistent with my exercising over the years, but it has been a long time since I practiced taking a life. Before I begin my training, my glance meets the closet door, knowing traces of my past rest dormant in there, calling me to them. I don't go, not yet. The training itself is tough and grueling, and my body feels the effects of not having worked so intensely in a long time. I picture my enemies in front of me as I continue shadowboxing and striking with my dagger. I let myself become entrenched in the dark places my mind brings me. I couldn't say that I liked who I was when I had the intent to kill, but I didn't have to. All that matters is that this person is the woman for the job. She is like an old friend whom I haven't invited around for years. She takes control of me, awakening the darkest thoughts in my mind, the ones that drive and fuel me to kill. I get so carried away that I eventually end up throwing my dagger into the wall. I care not, for my place isn't exactly one to brag about. For me, another hole in the wall is like a new book on the shelf. I haven't felt this kind of rush in so long, I mutter in amazement. I grip the dagger once more, bringing the tip to the palm of my hand. Eager to hold on to this feeling as much as I can, I run the blade along my skin, the pain boosting my adrenaline. I close my eyes, concentrating on the sensations inside of me, but when I open my eyes, I meet my reflection in the mirror. What is wrong with me? I think to myself. The sight of my hand bleeding and the knife in my hand only reminds me of the monster I truly am. This is why I cannot be with Azran. Even if everything was okay and Zephan wasn't around, could he or any other man love this abomination? Like a devious friend whispering in my ear, the evil voice in my head brings my focus back to why I am the way I am. You're a sick freak because you need to be. This is the version of you who will seek out Zephan and hunt him down like the Zafan scumbag he is. Do not forget that. I clean myself off and wrap a bandage around my palm, exhaling a long sigh. Tonight I will set out and do what I need to do. I make a final effort to push out the remnants of Azran's face from my mind. I'm sorry this is how things worked out between us, Azran, but it had to be this way, I think, as if he will hear my words. In breaking your heart, I'm breaking mine too. I cannot let you get in the way of this. But thank you. Thank you for everything. For making me feel normal again, even if it was just for a short while.
Chapter 20. Azran. Good morning. I reach out and stretch my arms, reaching for her small form. A satisfied yawn escapes me. My eyes are still closed, and I'm startled when I don't make contact. For some reason, no matter how far my arm stretches, I do not reach her body. I cannot embrace her. I open my eyes. The red sky peers down on me from the windows, the lights in the apartment still extinguished. Outside, I hear the wing beats of a black pitter bird as it soars and caws past my window, and I am alone. Maybe she's just using the restroom, I mutter to myself, before forcing myself out of bed against increasing paranoia. I knock gently on the restroom door to get no response. I knock a little more urgently, and there's still nothing. I swing open the door to find an empty room. No, I mutter to myself, crossing through the kitchen. She wouldn't just leave. Maybe she just had to rush out and forgot to tell me on her way. But none of the rooms contain any hints. There are no notes, no evidence that she was here at all. I could have simply dreamt it, and nothing about my apartment would contradict that, save for a few tiny stains on the sheets. It must have happened, right? With every hastily opened door, every pointlessly searched cabinet, I feel myself growing angrier and angrier. If I had to leave, I wouldn't simply walk out on somebody. Well, barring the one-night stands and all the women I used as an escape from my time of war. But that's different. I thought she was different. I thought she was somebody I could let into my life, have a real conversation with. and trust to stay by my side. I replay everything she's ever said in my mind. I imagine her smile and the way she subtly deflects praise. I hear how she humbly refuses to talk about her own accomplishments and past. If she can walk away in spite of everything she said, how she's acted, and what she represents to me, did I ever really know her at all? Taking a stale goddess heart out of my pantry, I sit down on a hard chair and begin to nibble through the pastry. It has lost its crispness as my teeth pierce through its once flaky outer crust, and the sugar has become dry and artificial tasting. But it's still better than anything else I have in the house. I look at the door to find that I'm still alone. I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe, in my own irrational mind, I figured that pulling out the goddess hearts might somehow summon her here. Fuck it, I say. I'm tired of stewing. Stepping into the bedroom and opening the cabinet, I pull out my work files. Maybe I hate this case and I hate having to do it, but at least it could get my mind off of her. Sitting back to the table and nibbling on the stale goddess hearts, I move my finger over the documents, hoping to spark some sort of inspiration. I glean surface-level observations, names, people, locations. No matter how many times I see the images of the victims, or their schedules before their deaths and times of death, or the key locations relevant to them, I'm not able to figure out anything I don't already know. The killer is probably well-versed in traveling and Xaphen observation, I say aloud. They had some tie to the Xaphen which might point toward a human. I shrug. Or it could be political-based. The victims all held positions of power. Perhaps it was done to escalate a conflict or to serve ulterior motives. I shake my head. None of it makes any sense. There doesn't seem to be any rational motive for the murders, or at least not one that I can see. What could they have possibly hoped I'd find out that they didn't already know? I'm not an investigator. I'm just a hardened soldier. And then my thoughts turn to her. Sweet, innocent her. She makes my heart melt, and as much as I pore over all of these documents, my mind just keeps returning to her. I imagine her cherry lips as they reveal her teeth, and she bites down on her lower lip in astonishment. I imagine her eyes that light up like amber, and the way her perfectly coiffed black hair falls down over her shoulders. Would my mother have liked Aaliyah if I brought her home to her? Would she have made my time in the city any easier? And would she have gone to Bilganeth with me if I'd asked, after my time here is up? All this to say, my thoughts bring a very hard truth to reality. I think I was in love with Aaliyah. It's hard to know for certain, but something in my gut aches in a way it never has before. I even think over the people I lost in war and how much it hurt, and it doesn't hurt like this does. I have to sequester her away in a corner of my mind and never return to it. I can't keep giving her power over me. No matter how much she apologizes for this, I can't forgive her. I can't let her hurt me again. For me to return to any sense of normalcy, if I want to seize the remnants of my life back from her, I need to be mean. Maybe I can get back to focusing on this case. Put this doomed tryst out of my mind for a bit. That's if my cursed mind will just let me focus. I flip over a photo in frustration, then sigh and look up at the ceiling. If this is what dealing with grief feels like for just a few hours, how am I going to bear this weight forever? What are you working on? I nearly topple over in my chair, catching myself on one leg. Looking just over my shoulder, Vilko peers down at the documents on the table, his sage red eyes glowing in the dim light of the room. I want to ask him how, with my infinite training, he still managed to sneak up on me. I want to ask him why he's okay with just entering somebody's house completely uninvited. Instead, I ask, "Are you magic?" He stares down at me in confusion, then notices the open bottle of Pakir on the table. Nodding in understanding, he says, "Looks like you've had an especially rough morning. Drinking early, I see." I shake my head. "That's not. That was from last night. You don't have to hide from me, man. Sometimes in life, a little day drinking is what the body needs." I sigh in exasperation. Was it a woman? Vilko stares deep into my eyes, hoping to probe some insight. I don't want to talk about it, I reply. Interesting. So it was a woman, but for the first time in your life you don't feel like offering up every excruciating detail. As I look away, hoping not to betray my secrecy, he flips over the photo on the table and inspects it. Am I supposed to be looking at this? No, I say in annoyance. Probably not. Very well. Then I guess I'll just walk back the way I came and you can pretend I was never here. He makes slow strides for the door as I look from the pastry crumbs on the table to the mess of documents before me. Maybe he can glean some insight you don't have? Come back, I say in spite of my better judgment. He eagerly returns to the table, sitting down across from me. Okay. So I guess since I don't want to have to eliminate you, I can tell you what all this is. But I expect a strict vow of secrecy. Naturally, he says with a sly smile. I explain everything. I tell him how, in the dead of night, I was approached for a case, despite thinking I was out. Then I tell him about the Xaphen and how 5 years ago, 8 of their officials died in a string of murders. Now they want justice, and I'm expected to be their deliverer. I don't, in explicit detail, tell him how I still feel like none of this is my business, or how I just as easily wish the Xaphen simply stop existing. But it's implied. During my entire retelling, he maintains a surprising kernel of interest, hanging on every word. I didn't think any of it would be relevant to him, but I suppose that if anybody knew somebody hiding out in obscurity after heinous crimes, it would be him. And the girl just left then? He asks, looking toward my bedroom. Who are you talking about? Ilya, he says absent-mindedly. My soul aches in response. Can you please focus? This isn't about Ilya. He turns to me, his eyes seemingly blank, before standing up from the table. I find if I'm looking for answers, the end always starts with the beginning, he says, before turning around and pushing the chair into the table. But it should all be handled with care. He shuffles out the door, closing it tightly behind him. And don't forget to lock this, he says cryptically. I look at the bag of pastries on the counter. Thanks for nothing, I say.
Chapter 21. Elia. I'm rolling the dough on a messy counter in front of me, measuring out even cuts for pastries before grabbing the bread knife. Holding it in one hand, I grab a sharpener with the other and begin grinding it along the blade. The sensation of it sends my mind down a spiral of violent thoughts. The wretched face of Zephon pops into my head. I envision just exactly how I'll kill the scoundrel once I get my hands on him. A smile etches its way across my face as I imagine his screams through a sewn mouth. His writhing expression of pain would no doubt fulfill me and bring me pleasure. I won't just put a hole through your wings, I'll carve them off slowly, I growl, completely forgetting where I am. The only hole I'll make is the one from the knife when it plunges into your fucking heart. Unconsciously, I slam the knife down into the dough on the counter. The loud impact snaps me back to reality. The force of the impact rocks the counter and the shelf above it, causing a jar of red sauce to fall from above. It breaks as it collides with the counter, spraying red sauce all over me and the walls. Somehow I'm not startled. Instead, I'm only excited as I anticipate the scene looking very similar when I take care of Zephon once and for all. It's a long day at the bakery. It seems as though my exhilaration at the thought of finally killing my enemy brings time to a standstill. Each hour slithers by like a Xaphen without legs trying to get away from me. Yet I remain level-headed and calm, knowing that each minute is a minute closer to getting vengeance for my mother and I. The time finally comes for me to close up shop. Once everything is finished, I run out the door and make my way back to my home. There, I open up my closet and pull out an outfit I have not donned in years. It is a dark red hooded robe, designed to conceal my weapons and allow for maximum maneuverability. The material is soft and leathery, and sits well on my figure. Dusting it off, I then place it on my bed before returning to the closet. I pull out a chest hidden beneath the floorboard. I lay it on top of my desk, opening it up to be greeted by old friends. Inside of it are the weapons that I used back in my Zaffan hunting days. Each of them looks brand new, for I've always taken excellent care of my possessions. I delicately sharpen throwing knives as well as a small sword. I check the thick string used for my grappling gun to make sure it's still sturdy enough. It'll come in handy for traversing long distances between rooftops. I prime darts with poison designed to send men into a killing frenzy. Once everything is ready, I change into my gear and fasten all of my heart to my equipment belt. Looking in the mirror, I stare back at my old self, who I had long thought would stay buried in the past. Closing my eyes, I see my mother's face, her appearance fueling me with all I need to carry this mission to success. I'm going to find Zephon, but where do I start? I ask myself. Where could he be tonight? I recall that night I saw him pass by the bar. No way he'd stroll right into a bar filled with demons. But maybe he had other business to attend to in that area. I climb out of my window, scaling the building until I reach the roof. There, I begin my journey to the nightlife district, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Doing this again brings me a feeling of liberation as I soar through the skies, the people below me completely unaware of my presence. Reaching my destination, I perch myself on the edge of the building opposite the bar. I cast a wary eye on the streets below me, watching them like a predator eyeing who will be her next prey. But these people are not who I'm here for. There are many of them roaming and stumbling through the streets, but my target will stand out amongst them, a lone Zaffan amidst a bumbling mass of demons. It's not long before he appears, just as I predicted. I'm half tempted to throw a knife his way, or use a poison dart on him to send him into a crazed assault on those around him. But that would be far too merciful a fate to bestow on an evil snake like him. He glances around him as if suspecting an attack from any single one of the demons walking past him. Not once, however, does he think of looking up here. Even if he did, he would not see me, for my dark red robes help me blend in with the skies. He walks for a short while, eventually stopping a few buildings down from the bar. The distance between this rooftop and the one I need to get to is too far for a jump, so I pull out my grappling gun. Poking out of the barrel is a hook that latches onto any surface. It is attached to a thick string that is strong enough to withstand my body weight. Taking aim, I shoot it at the rooftop of the building he has stopped at. It lands precisely. I jump and grab the string, sliding across the sky above the busy street. Now I'm above Zephon, watching as he disappears into a small alley just beside me. He stops at a small alleyway bar, taking a seat at one of only 5 tables situated outside a discreet door. I unsheathe my knife as I silently make my way down. Soon I take cover behind a large waste bin, peeking over it to spy on my target. There is only one demon beside him, passed out and hunched over another table, so I won't have to worry about damage control. I'm about to run at Zephon when another Zaffan enters the alleyway. Cursing, I return to cover. "Hello, Zephon," greets the newcomer. "Zetatron, you're late," Zephon grunts. "Apologies, I got lost on the way here," Zetatron says, bowing. "I suppose I cannot blame you for that. Soon, though, we'll be out of this dump, returning to New Solus with a fitting hero's welcome. That's if this case is solved. Do not forget that we are to remain here until we catch the killer. We cannot return to New Solus without them." "That is precisely what I plan on doing," snarls Zephon. "Something big is unfolding, mark my words." "I don't know," remarks Zetatron. "You saw all the reports of killings in this city. There's certainly far more here than there are in New Solus, but none of them have ever quite been in the same fashion as our killer would have done. Do you really think our murderer is at large here?" I want to yell yes, and make my presence known, just so I can see the surprise on their faces before disposing of them. "I know they are," snickers Zephon. "I have a suspicion as to who it is." "You do? Tell me." "No, I don't want you claiming all of the credit for this one. I will bring the killer down myself and make them pay for all their wrongdoings." "Not if I get my hands on you first," I think to myself. "What makes you so confident?" asks Zetatron. Zephon smiles. "I have an informant that I'll be meeting tomorrow night. They'll pass me the information I need to track this wench down." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Zephon. We may be diplomats here, but that won't stop any low-life demon goon from killing you. These people aren't reasonable. That's why I'll be convening with them in a much quieter part of town." "A quieter part of town, "Enough talk about work," hisses Zephon. "Let us have a drink." I sheathe my knife and make a quick but silent escape from the alleyway. As driven as I am to take his life, I need to be smart about this. Executing the Zaffan in a quieter part of the city sounds like the perfect opportunity to kill the son of a gun. It pains me to walk away and let him live another day, but he'd better enjoy himself tonight because it'll be his final one. Only his death will bring my mom and I the peace that we deserve.
Chapter 22. Azron. Sweat pours off of me, pools of it accumulating on the floor below as I push through a grueling training session. I need to punish myself and put my body through this. Because of this whole situation, I'm more pissed off than I've ever been. At the very least, it makes for good fuel for exercise. There's only one other option I have if I want to release all of what I have built up inside of me. That would be going to the bakery. There's no way I'm going to do that. At least, that's what I keep trying to tell myself. Should I just suck it up and go? That's the question playing on repeat in my head. I glance at the counter where the bag of pastries from Aaliyah lays. I never got around to eating them all, but now I don't think I can stomach them. By now, they've gone stale, but even then I can't bring myself to throw them out. I should just go. I turn for the door, but I stop as soon as my hand touches the doorknob. Ripping it away, I mutter to myself in frustration. That'd only be admitting defeat. I pride myself on being a man who stands his ground in conflict of any sort. I've never fallen and surrendered easily, viewing it as a weakness, a trait that's never been part of my character. I retreat back into my place, actively ignoring pleas from the rational voice in my head that's telling me to shut up and just go see Elia. After wrapping up my daily exercises, I wash up. I splash my face with cold water, and as I look up at the mirror, I swear I see the reflection of Aaliyah lingering behind me. I blink, and she's gone. I've got to get her out of my mind. She doesn't give a single care about me. She made that very clear. I move on with my day, intent on not giving Aaliyah another second of my time. Besides, I have more important things to be attending to, like preventing all-out war from breaking out between us demons and the wretched Zaffan. Truth be told, I couldn't care less about what happens to them, but I don't need my people suffering just because they're losing their minds over some serial killer who might not even be in Sarzirok. A while later, I'm on my way to the demon embassy, keen on investing all my energy into work. My path takes me past the bakery. As much as it hurts my heart, I force myself to keep walking, not even turning to look inside the window. Soon I arrive at the embassy. Strolling in confidently, I follow the signs on the wall directing me to the intel room. I'm led to a very discreet, bare-bones hallway, at the end of which is a double door. Standing at those doors are two burly Sazgaroth, only slightly larger than myself. They throw up their palms as I make my approach. You need maximum security clearance beyond this point. Do you have a pass? Before I can answer, the doors open, revealing General Gelged Senel standing there in all his commanding glory. He's with me. Come on through, Azron. The guards step aside, giving me the evil eye as I breeze by them. Didn't think of telling me I needed a pass? I grunt at the general. It's not like I'm the main man assigned to this case or anything. You're here, aren't you? Gelged laughs. Grunting, I shrug him off, returning to the matter at hand. So what do you have for me? Gelged motions for me to follow him. He takes me deeper into the intelligence room. The space is vast, each wall lined with men hunched over as they scan and analyze documents. In the middle is a table where a cold cup of kafo sits alongside an unopened folder. The general gives the cup to a passing worker and brings my attention to the folder. A gift from the Zaffan embassy to you, he says, tossing it across to me. It's an expansion on the files from the previous day, courtesy of their archives. I pull it closer and open it. Inside the folder is exactly what General Gelged said, only this time it includes far more grisly pictures and follow-up autopsy reports on the bodies. "Anywhere where I can take a look through this alone?" I ask. "Your home, perhaps? No need to stay here." "No," I tell him, keen on remaining in the building. "I need to be someplace without distractions, somewhere with no reminders of Elia. I'll take a look here. If you insist. I'll have one of the men lead you to an equipped office." "Very well. Bring me a kafo, too." The general raises an unamused eyebrow at me. I follow a worker as he leads me to an empty office space. There I throw myself into the reports, looking at the new information and rereading a copy of the original file. I've also been supplied with a possible description of the killer, but it's not much good, only going so far as to confirm it's not Exafin. For all I know, it's just a cover-up to unfairly pin the blame on one of my kind. Once I have everything laid out and spaced evenly, I take a few steps back, eyeing the confidential information as if it's a piece in a museum. It's a lot to take in, and I'm not sure where to start. "There's one connection between all of these," I say to myself, "the way in which these Zafin were executed, but there's not much to go off of there." I had already inquired if there were any murders of a similar nature here, and to no avail. There must be something I can figure out from all of this. That's when the idea hits me like a punch to the face. I know. Instead of looking for similarities, I'll see if there are any outliers among these cases. Even the professionals slip up and leave something behind. In my knowledge, I'm aware that they do some things differently at the start of their killing spree, while they're still trying to figure out their signature mark. I step closer to the table, planting a finger on the first murder recorded. I pick up the pictures, cross-examining them with those of the other murders. There is one stark difference, something that hasn't yet been noted by any intelligence agents at either of the embassies. This first kill, it's nowhere near as clean as the others. The later murders seem more calculated, more precise, whereas this first one is more like pure, unadulterated rage. What could have been the cause? I think to myself. It's clear that this first murder was done to let off some steam. In comparison, the others seem to be carried out in steps, as if the killer created their own guide to follow. Why so messy with this first murder? An emotional tie, perhaps. It's the only thing I can think of. I request a file on the deceased, reading the Xafin in question was connected to the execution of a human woman, apparently a spy for us. I pull another file on the human woman, finding another mysterious connection as I read how this lady claimed to be working for a Xafin by the name Zephon. Zephon. Why does that name sound so familiar? Stroking my chin in deep thought, it takes me only a minute to connect to the dots, recalling that Zephon is the name of the Xafin overseeing this case at their embassy. Best not make any assumptions. I've heard far more believable alibis and cover stories. Could be another Xafin with the same name. Sighing, I throw the files down on the desk, running a hand over my head in frustration. I can feel there's something here that should be jumping out at me. Something obvious. I glance over the reports, but to no avail. Hunching over the desk, I mindlessly run my eyes over the pictures again. I'd be unsurprised if I saw 8 gruesomely murdered Xafin in my dreams tonight, given the amount of times I've seen these pictures already. My eyes come to rest on the picture of the human woman, and then it comes to me. Gasping, I pick up the picture, rubbing my eyes to check I'm not hallucinating. This woman, she looks like Aaliyah.
Chapter 23. Elia. It had to be done. That's what I keep telling myself every time Azran pops into my head, and each time my heart breaks a little more. I'm not sure just how much more it can take before it shatters to pieces. Being broken is something I thought I was used to, but I never expected to be hurt to such a degree again. And yet it's self-inflicted, but I had to cut him off. Letting go of Azran, or at least trying to, is proving to be perhaps the most difficult thing I've ever had to do, second only to getting through my mother's murder. I've never been the type to tell fibs to anyone, not even myself. I don't fabricate some lie to make it all feel better. I don't tell myself that I don't want him, because the hard fact is that I do. More than anything, in fact. I can't risk being with him any longer. It's not at all the smart thing to do. Curse this world. All I want is to just forget about all of this and do the not smart thing. But that's just not how it works. My heart is aching and begging for Azrin's comforting presence. Alas, how does a girl convince herself that being with a man whose job is to hunt her down is the right way to live? I know already that Azrin has no clue I'm the one he's after, but the knowledge alone that he's after me is enough to deter me from it all. It only hurts more to think about what he might be going through, for me to disappear from his life without explanation. Part of me wants to get him alone and divulge everything, not so he can bring me to justice, but so he can at the very least know the reason why I had to break his heart. He deserves that much, and it pains me not to be able to give that closure to him. Pull yourself together, I tell myself, dashing the tears away. I need to do this, for me and my mother. It's far more important right now than some man. I do my best to relegate Azrin to the chasms of my mind as I clean myself up. After taking a long meditative bath, I suit up once more in my robes. I pick up my dagger, feeling the hunger for revenge strike me like I'm suffering from famine. No exceptions this time, I mutter. Tonight Zephon will be mine. This blade will taste his blood tonight. I look at my reflection in the glimmer of my blade. The sight of me in my Zephon hunting gear reminds me of the monster I am when I'm in this mindset, only disgusting me further when I remember I'm the one that Azrin wants to love. He deserves better than me anyway, I say in an effort to reassure myself, failing as I sheathe my blade. Once I'm ready, I climb out my window and make my way to the nightlife district, taking the same route as before. Soon, I have my eyes on Zephon as he takes his usual route, passing by the bar. Recalling his plan to meet an informant in a quiet place, I keep my weapons sheathed as I tail him through the city, hopping from rooftop to rooftop as I keep up with him. Several times I have the perfect opportunity to descend on him and take his life, but am deterred by the amount of people around. Eventually, we reach the so-called quieter area of the city. The buildings here are much smaller in height, meaning I could easily be spotted should I stay atop the roofs. I decide to jump down to ground level, emerging onto the streets from an alleyway. There are fewer people here, meaning I'll attract far less attention and prying eyes. I trail Zephon, being mindful not to get too close to the point where he'll see me, but at a distance where I can still track his movements. As he progresses towards his destination, he seemingly becomes far more attentive to his surroundings, patting his pockets and casting wary glances all around him. I pull my hood up and keep my head down. As I walk, I move around strategically, so that I have a hiding place to linger behind whenever Zephon stops to take a look over his shoulder. I make use of small groups passing by me, walking behind them to blend in as I continue trailing the Zafan. He takes a turn down a different street, and I follow suit. As I come around the corner, I spot him stopped outside a building just up ahead. With him now is another Zafan, though this one seems to be of lesser status. Could this be his informant? What would a lower-ranking member know that he doesn't? I ought to see what they're talking about anyway. I lean myself against a nearby wall and turn my back to them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Any suspicious activity to report in this area? Asks Zephon. Nothing to report, sir. How surprising, sneers Zephon, sounding disgusted. I'd have thought a poorer region of Sazerac would have been a playground for a serial killer. Keep watch and send word to the embassy of anything suspicious. Will do, sir. After they part, I wait a minute before continuing my tailing of him. Zephon continues on through a few different streets and soon meets another Xafan. How is the progress with the investigation? Asks his subordinate. Slow, growls Zephon. The Sosgaroth they assigned to the case Azrin isn't of much use. The mere mention of Azrin throws me off of my focus. I'm reminded of the brief love we got to share, one that I do not deserve to have forever. I glance down at my hands, knowing they belong to a crazed woman who has killed and will kill again tonight. Clenching them, I look back up at Zephon, who continues on his way. He should be saying his goodbyes to all of his subordinates. After tonight, he will never be heard from again. I'm growing impatient with all of these stops that Zephan is taking. All that he's achieving is buying himself a few extra minutes of life, but it's pointless. He's going to get what's inevitably coming to him. A comforting thought for me that keeps my stability in check. Finally, I watch as Zephan disappears into a discreet, dark alleyway. My heart rate spikes, knowing that the satisfaction of my blade piercing his heart is only moments away. With a shaky hand resting over my knife, I step foot into the narrow alleyway. No one else is here. The only way out is the other end of the alleyway, which is quite some distance away. I'm lighter on my feet than anyone else in this city, so this is the opportune moment. A smile etches its way across my face as I advance on Zephan, a twisted, demented thing I have no control over. Then, a large, hulking, silhouetted figure emerges from the shadow-coated walls, its eyes open, glowing green. I know those eyes anywhere. "Azran?" I gasp. Growling, the man I never thought I'd see again takes a step closer to me. A glint of light shines in from the street lamps, illuminating the hardened expression of anger on his face. It's a far cry from the smile I had grown used to seeing. "Elia, we need to talk." Glancing behind him, I watch Zephan leaving the alleyway, realizing I'm losing him. "Azran, whatever this is, it's going to have to wait. I need to be doing something right now." "Tell me your last name," he says. "What? I don't have time for this. Get out of my way." I sidestep him, but he grabs me by the arm and throws me against the wall. For a moment, I think I'm about to die, my body seizing up as he leans closer. "You're not fucking going anywhere. Tell me your last name." "Why do you need to know?" "I'm the one asking the questions here." "Hadariel," I blurt, feeling my spirits dampen as Zephan successfully slips out of view. "What? Hadariel?" yells Azran. I freeze as he reels back a clenched fist. Closing my eyes, the space on the wall beside my head shakes so much that I think it's about to crumble down. Gathering the nerve to open my eyes, I look at a seething Azran, who is hissing through his teeth. I don't know what I have just done.
Chapter 24. Azran. Not much makes sense any longer. Why would she be working with them? I have so many questions about Aaliyah. There are so many things that I cannot figure out. The one thing I'm almost sure of is that Aaliyah is a spy. She has to be. It is one of the few things that makes sense. Aaliyah is angry. I can feel it as surely as I can feel my own anger. You're an idiot for getting this close to her. You should have been more careful. Elia Hadariel. I say her name out loud, my voice rolling around her surname. She flinches at the sound of her surname and her eyes widen slightly. You're one of them, aren't you? I'm trying very hard to remain in control as I look down at her. My anger has quieted slightly, but my nails are biting into the skin on my palms, and my jaw is clenched. You're one of them, aren't you? I do not remain composed very long, and I roar the words. Elia jumps, and for the first time since I've met her, she looks really frightened. Her right hand goes to her belt, and she stumbles away from me. She's got a weapon there. The reason I came to question Elia in the first place is because of her mother's ties to the Zafan. Now that I know her surname, I'm more convinced than ever that she is a spy. She hasn't tried defending herself either. You're a spy. My voice is surprisingly soft. Elia's mouth sets into a grim line. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. She showed up just when this mission started. That's why she was in my files that one night. That's why she is always pushing me away and hurrying off. You've been using me all along. I snarl the words and stride up to her. She steps away, nearly tripping over her own feet, but she isn't fast enough. I grab her by the arms. You're a spy, and you've been using me all along. Did they send you? Did the Zafan send you? I bellow the words, spittle flying, and Elia ducks, her eyes closed. Let go of her. She is shaking. I'm not a fucking spy, she says, her voice sharp as a whip when I push her away. It's the only thing that makes sense, I tell her. I'm going to get the truth out of her tonight, whether she wants to talk or not. Being in the military taught me many ways of interrogating the enemy, and I have never had any problems using those methods on civilians. They sent you, didn't they? To get intel on my mission? To get intel on the military's movements? But would you really be okay using those interrogation techniques on Aaliyah? I picture it then. Elia, strapped to a chair, her face bloody, her lips broken, her eyes swollen. Something in me goes sour, and a lump rises in my throat. My skin feels flushed and warm suddenly. I shake my head, shaking the image of Aaliyah, broken and bloody and in pain, away. I'm not a spy. My anger is explosive, but Elia's is seething, measured. Elia's anger is patient and buried deep, and I am quite aware then that she is filled with lots of ugly things. Stop lying to me. It is in your best interest to cooperate. Maybe then my general will be gentle with you when he kills you. My voice has become dull and lifeless, and all the anger has been zapped out of it. Because now that I know she is a spy, I also know that I have to turn her in. But do you? You're crazy! I'm not a fucking spy! She screams at me. What have I learned from you about your military? Have I ever asked you anything? Have you ever given me any information I could use? Nothing else makes any sense, Elia. I don't care what you think about me. I'm not a spy, and I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm not talking to you about this any longer. Do you really think you have a choice? I ask her softly. I move so quickly then that not even the most skilled Xaphan soldier would have seen me coming. Before Elia knows it, my hand is on her mouth and my other arm is wrapped around her waist, and I am carrying her away. My mind is lost in thought as I carry her. Luckily, this is Sarzirok, where humans have no power, and none of the other demons gave me a second glance. When I get home, I kick the door to my apartment open and carry Elia bodily through the door. I lock her in the bathroom, ensuring that the window is also locked, and then I go back into the main area of the apartment and lock and double-bolt the front door. Then I get out a chair and some rope. When I finally return to the bathroom, Elia is curled up in a corner on her haunches, and her arms are wrapped around her knees. She looks almost pitiful, and for a second I want to tell her to run very far away before I do something I know I am going to regret. But I push the thoughts away and haul her onto her feet. I'm detaining you here while I make some calls. Once I tell my general about this development, and we confirm that the Xaphan sent you to spy on us, we will be able to end the ceasefire. Aaliyah doesn't answer me as I walk her over to the chair. Are you listening to me? I shake her impatiently. You've just started a war. These words seem to shake Aaliyah out of her stupor. She laughs bitterly. The sound takes me back to the bar, to the bakery, to the couch after I'd made her dinner. It threatens to rip me in two. I don't want to be a part of this, to be bound by a military code that would force me to treat the woman I've begun to love this way. I don't want to be a part of a military code that would turn me into a target for a woman I thought I loved. You've done that all on your own, you and the Xaphan. That's what barbarians do. Why did you do it? I don't know where the words are coming from. Why did you betray me like this? And what could the Xaphan have offered you to make you do this? Aaliyah still doesn't answer. When I look at her properly, my heart almost stops beating. Her eyes are wide and fixed, and there is no sign of life in them. Her face is pale and waxy. Now I feel like I am looking at a caricature of Aaliyah, of the human woman I have grown to love. You can't deny that you have a Xaphanian surname, Elia. I shake her again as I grow angrier. Why won't she cooperate with me? And what are your mother's ties to this? What are your mother's ties to the Xaphan? Elia, you need to talk. It is the only thing that is going to save you from a painful death. I don't care, she says softly. And I feel it then. Aaliyah has given up. Her body is limp, and her voice is devoid of emotion. Her face seems to get paler and paler with every passing second. She looks like she is dying, I think to myself, and sudden urgency ripples through me, and the instinct to do something to save her kicks in. I turn her to me, which is easy because she is no longer fighting me. Elia, you have used me. I've just been a pawn in your game. You have destroyed so much, and the demonic military will have your head for it. Please help me to understand. I don't see it coming when Elia breaks down. I don't see it coming at all. In 1 minute, she is emotionless, and in the next, she sags in my arms, her body shaking, before she throws her head back and screams. Her scream is shrill and ear-piercing, and I don't try to stop her. She tapers off into a gut-wrenching sob, a sob that is dragged deep from within her. She trembles and shudders as she cries, and if I were a Sazgaroth demon, I'm sure I'd be able to hear her heart breaking inside her chest. Elia cries and cries, her tears falling quick and copiously, and every breath she takes hitches in her throat. She cries and cries and cries as if she will die if she doesn't, and all I can do is stand there and hold her.
Chapter 25. Elia. Please! My voice hitches on the word, my breath stopping in my throat. My hands are covering my eyes, but that doesn't help with the tears streaming steadily down my face. Please just leave me alone. I sound hysterical, and the truth is I'm close to losing it completely. In fact, I have already broken down, but I am close to unraveling. And if I unravel now, I'll never get myself back. When did you ever have yourself? You have lost every part of yourself with every death, with every murder. Did you ever exist to begin with? My thoughts do not help, and I start to cry harder, my shoulders shaking as Azran stands almost helplessly in front of me. I almost want to laugh, and I know that my laughter would be as hysterical as my tears. He has no idea how to handle this, not that he should have to. I love him. I have known I'm in love with Azran for a while now, but saying it to myself, even if only in my head, saddens me with the kind of brutality that I killed the Zafan with. I love him. Please, Azran speaks then. He moves towards me. My hands are still covering my eyes. He places his large, warm hands on my arms and pulls me towards him. Please tell me how to help you. I shake my head, rubbing the tears away even as more tears fall. There is nothing you can do. My voice is hollow, and saying the words seems to dredge up all the grief that I have been holding on to for so long. I love him, but I can never tell him, because if he actually knew who I was and what I was, he would never be able to stand me. I thought I had kept the grief at bay. I hadn't forgotten about it, but I thought I was in control at the very least. But now, as it comes flooding back, it comes mingled with the guilt I felt every time I killed a Zafan. I blink, my eyes stinging as my sight is clouded by visions of bright white Zafan wings, outstretched and bloody. He would hate me. I want to help. Azran's voice is gentle. He is stroking my back slowly, and he has his chin pressed against the top of my head while I cry against his broad chest. Please. His voice is beseeching. Tell me how I can help. No one can help. I'm too far gone, I'm already lost. But Azran keeps pleading with me, and eventually he leads me over to the bed where we sit on the edge. And I tell him everything, almost everything. I want to be with you, I hiccup, stumbling over the words. I want nothing more. I'm in love with you, Azran, but I have too much in the past. There are things that will keep dragging me back into the past for the rest of my life. Maybe. Azran's voice is soft, and he sounds very rational. Maybe if you talked about it, the past would allow you to let go. You can't tell him about that. You can't tell him about the killing. Everything else but that. I lost both my parents when I was very young. I speak slowly, choosing my words carefully. My father brought us to New Solus. He was a devout man, and he was obsessed with gaining his wings and eventually joining the rest of the Zafan on Neomia. I feel Azran stiffen next to me, but he doesn't say anything. He also doesn't pull away from me. He knows the stories of the humans who have tried to gain their wings. Everyone does. The non-humans of Aerasak consider those humans crazy. Those humans who try to become like the Zafan. He died when I was very young. Then my mother, when I was 17 years old, became desperate. She wanted to take care of me. We were struggling, we were starving. She made a deal with a Zafan who tricked her. My body burns with anxiety as I tell Azran. I edge around the truth, careful not to step into dangerous territory with him. She was killed by other Zafan. They thought she was a spy, but the Zafan who tricked her didn't tell her the whole truth about the situation. She had no time to get out, and no time to defend herself. Azrin's body has gone completely still. I'm not even sure if he is still breathing. I hate them. I whisper the words, and something in my chest purrs in satisfaction. I realise that I have never said the words out loud. I hate the Zafan. They destroyed my life. They took everything from me. Oh, gods. Azrin finally speaks when I have descended into silence. I'm so sorry. He pulls me onto his lap in a long, warm hug, and I start to cry again. But he holds me like that until I stop crying. I'm sorry, but why can't we be together? He asks me. Shock explodes in my chest. I pull away from the hug to look at him. Why can't we be together? He strokes my face. When I love you too. What? My voice is filled with confusion, and I know my face is twisted with confusion too. But how could you possibly love me? How could you possibly want me? Now confusion twists Azron's beautiful face. Why wouldn't I love you or want you? You can't tell him. You can never tell him. Azrin must take my silence for acceptance, because he takes my chin in his hand and pulls my face towards his. I am hopeless to deny him anything. I am hopeless to push him away. And right then, I don't want to push him away. Check out the uncut version on Kindle Unlimited.
Chapter 26. Azron. The other side of the bed is cold when I wake up. Elia fell asleep in my arms last night. Our legs were intertwined, and we were holding hands. I reveled in it, in her warmth, in her softness, in her comfort. But the other side of the bed is cold as my eyes open. I am wide awake almost immediately, and all I can think of is the fact that Elia is gone. Again. She just left, without saying goodbye, without waiting for me to wake up. I am angry, of course I am, but I also feel hollowed out, like something is missing. But then I realize that I have always felt this way. I've always felt hollow. And last night, with Elia, was the first time that I felt filled up again. With her, I had new strengths, strength that I never had before. With her close to me, I regained the honor that I've been working to regain my entire life. I don't understand any of this, I mutter to myself as I swing my legs over the side of the bed. I don't understand her. Elia. I don't understand her. I thought she wanted me as much as I wanted her. I get dressed very slowly. My limbs feel heavy, and I feel weak. When I look at myself in the small mirror that hangs in my bedroom, all traces of the strong, tough soldier are gone. Instead, my mouth is downturned and my eyes are shining, and I am angry. She is going to destroy me. If I ever see her again, of course. At this point, I doubt Elia will want to see me again. Usually, women beg me to stay the night. They beg me for romance. They beg me for comfort. And I've never found any woman I could give any of that to. Until Elia. I finish my morning ablutions in the bathroom attached to my bedroom and head to the kitchen to grind, roast, and brew some kafo. And there, in the middle of the living space of my apartment, stands Vilko. What the fuck are you doing here? My voice is blunt and sharp. I was already angry before I saw him. But this intrusion, this early in the morning after I have just realized that Elia has left, is enough to tip me over the edge. I stride angrily up to Vilko, who backs away from me, holding up his hands in surrender. That is when I see it. The piece of paper in his hand. My anger leaves me so quickly that I deflate. What is it? The letter could be anything. It could, for example, be a letter from General Senel, telling me that I am required back in the service. Maybe going back is the best thing for you. You thought you had something here, in the real world, to live for. But Elia left. She clearly doesn't want to give that to you. You have nothing here to live for. You may as well do something productive, even if it ends up killing you. My thoughts become darker with every passing second. Vilko looks at me, his face mostly expressionless, though there is a hint of concern in his eyes. Then he hands me the letter. I read through the contents of the letter quickly, once and then twice. When I read through it the third time, I slow down, walking over to the couch and sitting down there. Dear Azron, I am so sorry. I wanted to stay. I've never wanted anything more than to stay with you. Falling asleep with you was bliss. In fact, that was the first time in about 5 years that I really fell asleep. I usually have nightmares most nights. Or I just don't sleep. But not with you. Not when I am sleeping with you. I won't explain my nightmares. I won't really explain why I left. Things are complicated and messy and ugly in my life, and I don't think you'll understand. But what I will say is that when I told you I loved you, I meant it. I think you're the only person I've ever loved. And the thing is, I didn't even plan this. I didn't plan to love you. I love you so completely with my entire being that you have healed wounds I didn't even know existed. But I am not good for you. I am not the one for you. You deserve better. I have done so many ugly things that I don't even recognize myself when I look in the mirror. I broke once upon a time, and I got put back together wrong. And there are things that I still need to do. Things that will twist me even further away from the person I am now. The person you know. Things that will make everything uglier. And I really don't have a choice. I have to do it. Because if I don't do this, I won't know peace. Ever. Please forgive me. But I'll understand if you cannot. I hope you find a love that is beautiful. That is what you deserve. Yours forever, Elia. When I speak, my voice is hoarse. I don't understand. Vilko sighs heavily, and when I look up at him, his eyes are rolling so far back into his head that he looks like he is about to pass out. I don't understand. Vilko's expression softens. The hurt must show on my face. My brother. His voice is gentle and tinged with equal parts, worry and exasperation. He comes to sit down on the couch next to me. She's the killer. She is the one you've been hunting. Don't you see? She came here 5 years ago from New Solus, and the killings in New Solus stopped 5 years ago. Elia is human. The disbelief in my voice is so obvious that Vilko bursts into a weary chuckle. And humans are hardy, determined creatures, and it was our mistake to underestimate them. Elia probably could have killed you if she had the tools to do so. But I stutter, unable to finish the sentence. But as I think about it, everything starts to make sense. Elia's moods and her fierceness make more sense now, and the feeling I always had when I was with her, the feeling that she was dangerous, that she could take even me on, now settles neatly in my brain and body as I slowly accept that she is a serial killer. And you still love her. She's a serial killer, and you still love her. How could I not? She must have killed dozens of them, I say wonderingly to myself. Vilko chuckles again. Is that admiration in your voice? He asks me in his gravelly tone. Maybe. I shrug. But I think I understand now. I think. She escaped from New Solus on my boat too, Vilko says after a pause. I turn to look at him with raised eyebrows. She didn't know it. She didn't know it was my boat. I just worked it out once I started talking to her. Her escape lines up with the times I was sailing from New Solus to Ikoth. More things fall into place as I think about the situation. And I know then what Elia has set out to do. I know then why she wrote the letter. I know why she told me she loved me. I know why she finally told me about the most painful parts of herself. Because she really never expected to see me again. She thinks she's going to die, I say out loud, slowly, before I jump up. And I can't let that happen. My voice is grim. Vilko is standing too, and he nods at me fiercely. Time to get those weapons out. It's a good thing you never took them back to the armory, he says conversationally, as if we're going out to get coffee and pastries. Yeah, but I may need to sharpen my knives, I reply, my voice just as casual, as my mind flips through the various scenarios that I am about to walk into. I need to find Aaliyah, and I need to find her quickly. But luckily, there are only so many places that the Zafin gather in Sarzirok. That should narrow it down. I strap my knives to the holster that hangs around my hips and place a sword in the sheath that hangs on my back. And with that, I leave.
Chapter 27. Elia. I've never felt more like dirt as I sit waiting in a quiet cafe shop. I may as well be rotting in this chair. My psychological state is the worst it has ever been. I'm sipping on my third cup in the space of an hour as I wait for Zephan. Today is different from all of those other times I was pursuing him. The biggest difference is that I know I'm going to die. There is no point in trying to approach him using stealth anymore. Every time I've been suited up with all of my equipment primed and ready for the kill, something has always come up, some sort of saving grace that allows Zephan to live another wretched day. Whether it's spotting a better opportunity at a later date or time, or the forbidden love of my life jumping out in front of me from the shadows, Zephan always seems to be afforded more time to live. I've had enough of this, I snarl, ignoring the bewildered looks of the other customers in the shop. I'm sick and tired of putting this off for so long. When I woke up earlier this morning in the arms of Azran, I realised that the best way to go about this is to just do it. It was in his arms that I also grasped the fact that I never planned for a life beyond the murderer Zafan's death, that nothing lay ahead of getting my revenge. Somehow, I'm not bothered by it, and in turn, I'm completely accepting of the fate that follows with seeing this through to the bloody end. There is nothing left for me to live for once Zephan is dead. I think of Azran and how he comforted me last night, but he still deserves far better than me. He too will realise one day that the world is a better place without me in it. I will die, but I'll do so happily and take Zephan with me. The streets are getting busier as the morning progresses, so I decide it best to survey them outdoors. I finish my drink and toss money at the worker before exiting the building. I step out into the blistering heat of the sun. Its warmth reminds me of Azran's kisses on my face, but I shake off the thought, reminding myself to stay focused. Despite the heat, there is a chill lingering in the air, carried by a light breeze. My heart almost stops as I look across the street, seeing a passing Sosgaroth who bears somewhat of a resemblance to the love of my short life. For a brief moment, I think it is him, that he has found me to once again be the voice of reason. The man turns, allowing me to get a full view of his face. He is nowhere near as handsome as Azran, and so I look away as the stranger moves along with the crowd. My fingers wrap around a square-shaped object in my pocket. I pull it out, looking at the only picture I have of my mother. I'll get to see you very soon, and then we can rest eternally together, side by side. I put it back in my pocket, then slide my hands toward my sheathed knife. It is the only piece of equipment I have with me, having left everything behind at Azran's place. I didn't need my needle and thread, or any throwing knives. Zephan isn't going to go through the same fate of suffering as the rest of my victims did. That hurts, because he is the one who deserves it the most. For so long I'd been looking forward to enacting new methods of torture on him, to hear his relishing screams as I slowly drained the life from him. Alas, things have changed. Now all I'm going to be able to do is stab the fuck out of him. The only thing that really matters now is that he will die. A few minutes pass by the time that Zephan makes his presence known. I pull up my hood, watching as he walks by. Surrounding him is a large group of soldiers, all of them armed to the teeth with weapons and armour. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'll find a way. I break away from the wall, blending in with the crowd as I tail the group. The soldiers encircle the Zafan, acting as a shield as they push people out of the way. A public killing in broad daylight isn't quite the scene I had in mind for disposing of Zephan. Then again, I don't think any of the demons in the streets will give a crap what I do to a high-ranking member of their naturally born enemies. Instead of intervening, they might even cheer. Or better yet, help me. I don't take notice of the fact I've been crying until I taste the saltiness of my tears on my tongue. It's a bitter signal that the end is near, both for myself and for Zephan. I wipe them away, but they keep pouring and stinging my eyes. Still, I remain undeterred, keeping up with Zephan's convoy. There's no way for me to get directly to him. Each gap closed with the troops covering all paths to him. It feels like a cruel tease, to have him so near but inaccessible. I'm not about to give up, not when I'm so close to taking his life. I have no choice but to wait for an opening. The thought of hatching an escape plan pops into my mind, but I shove it away, knowing I won't get to make use of one. Once he is dead, the purpose of my entire adult life will be complete, and so I shall die a fulfilled woman. There's no backing out of this now. I come to terms with the possibility that I may not even stay alive long enough to know that I've pulled the job off successfully. Knowing my luck as of late, that would likely be the case. "You jerk!" yells a citizen up ahead. "Give that back!" "It's mine!" shouts someone else. Everyone in the area looks to the two demons as they tackle one another, bringing the fight to the ground. Fists start flying between them. "Wait here!" shouts the soldier at the front. Perhaps they think it is an attack, as they all rush forward to the fighting demons to see what's happening. Just like that, the perfect opening presents itself on a silver platter. Drawing a deep breath, I waste no time brandishing my knife. No one notices, given the ongoing commotion unfolding just a few meters away from me. This is it. I lunge for the unsuspecting Zephon, but I'm whisked away from him just before my blade connects with his neck. A strong force pulls me back before I register what's going on. Suddenly, I find myself on the ground, looking up into the green eyes of Azran. At the sight of him, a mixture of both rage and relief come over me. He snatches the knife from my hands in the same manner he did when I was about to kill Tonalon. "Let me go," I tell him. "I'm doing this, and there's not a thing you can do to stop me." "I just did." "Let me go," I say. "No," he grunts. "You're not doing this, Elia. You'll get yourself killed, and I'll be alone to face this world without you." I squirm and try to wiggle free of his immense grip, but the more I do so, the tighter he holds me. Eventually, I cannot move. Everything I've been feeling up until this point comes bubbling to the surface. All of the rage, the love, the guilt, the bloodlust. I lay there in the street, crying in Azran's arms. "Azran," I whimper. Behind him, I hear the soldiers returning, one of them glancing at me weirdly before they take formation around their leader. Zephon walks away, free to live another day. "You idiot!" I cry. "You fucker! He got away again!" "Shush now, Elia. Everything is going to be okay, I promise you that." The fight leaves my body, and I surrender to Azran.
Chapter 28. Azran. I run out of the door at a speed I never thought I could reach. I don't think of stopping, not even once. I'm in a race against the only force that no one in the history of the universe has ever beaten. A foe more dangerous than anyone I've ever faced. Time. I ignore the possibility that I may already be too late. I burst out of my door, frantically looking left and right in confusion about which way to go. Deciding it best to make my way to the city center, I'm once again sprinting through the streets. I look like a madman to others as I run by them. While I do my best to remain level-headed and rational in my pursuit of Aaliyah, I know I could lose my mind should something happen to her. She's been the only thing that's made my life worth living over this past while, and there's no way I'm about to let her get taken from me. My hope wants to diminish as I scan my surroundings on every road I venture down. I reach the bakery, only to find it's closed for the day. "Fuck!" I gasp, trying not to panic. Where could she be? I bite down on my fist as I think of possibilities, but an interesting conversation nearby catches my attention. "Did you see that Zaffin parading down the street with his little band of goonies?" "Yeah, that scum obviously thinks highly of himself. Must be one of those diplomats or something." "Diplomatic Zaffin? That could be Zephon. Aaliyah's bound to be looking for him." I approach the demons as they continue slandering the Zaphon. "You there? Where did you see the Zaphon?" I ask. "He came through this road about 10 minutes ago, I'd say. He went in the direction of the market district." I spin around, taking off once again. Taking a left at the end of the street, I turn down the road leading to the markets. A large crowd of residents hustle and bustle between the many shops and stalls lining the sidewalk. I squint my eyes, spotting a circle of spears poking up in the air. Peering closer, I spot the standout circular formation of Zafan, wearing their indistinguishable white attire. Zafan's gotta be amongst them, which can only mean Aaliyah is here somewhere. I'd better get closer. I scan the innumerable crowd of demons, gorgons, and humans, unable to locate Aaliyah as I push and weave my way through the masses. All the while, I keep an eye on the Zafan. Aaliyah is smaller than most people here, and she could spring up out of the crowd at any moment in an effort to attack Zephan. As I get closer, I notice him among the group and take note of just how heavily armed the soldiers are. Aaliyah will be killed if she goes for him. These troopers are elite, and if their sharp spears don't get her first, then their swords most certainly will. They surround Zephan in a protective effort. It doesn't take military expertise like mine to tell they're impenetrable. To even start an offense against them would take strategy, courage, and a whole lot of luck. At the very least, the sight of Zephan being alive meant that Aaliyah is still alive, and that I hopefully have more time to locate her. I'm 20 feet or so away from his group when a sudden commotion breaks out up ahead. Everyone in the crowd turns to look at two demons fighting. The troopers push Zephan back, commanding him to hold his position while they make sure the area is clear of threats. Zephan is alone. If Aaliyah is here, she's bound to strike. That's when I spot her, hunched over with a knife in her hand as she silently makes her way toward her target. I lunge forward, pushing others out of the way as she draws nearer to Zephan. Even if she kills him now, there's no way we could outrun 6 elite soldiers. She's about to pounce on him when I grab her mid-air, pulling her back and down to the ground with all of my might. Aaliyah struggles and curses at me for a while, trying to worm her way out of my grip. A wave of guilt overcomes me, knowing that I'm yet again stripping her of the chance to fulfill whatever it is she set out to do. I don't fully understand her motives, at least not yet, but I'd feel a lot worse if I watched her get slaughtered in the street in the same manner that her mother did. Eventually, she stops squirming. "I'm sorry, Aaliyah. I can't let you go through with this. I love you far too much to watch you die." She says nothing, only crying in response. I look around, noticing that some demons and gorgons have stopped to marvel at us as if we're an attraction in a museum. This is garnering far too much attention. I better get us both out of here. I sweep Aaliyah up into my arms. She's no longer putting up a fight. Before I take off from my place, I look behind me, watching as Zephan walks off with his entourage. Vilko is gone by the time I enter my house. I bring Aaliyah to the bath, running it for her and setting her inside the tub. She remains shaken. I leave her be for a while, going off to prepare some tea and find a gown in her size. When she finally comes out, I wrap her in a robe and escort her to the bedroom. I hand her the cup of tea and take a seat beside her. I say nothing, waiting for her to be the one to speak first. It stays that way for a while, and only when she finishes her drink does she talk. I went there knowing I would die. Not exactly the first thing I expected her to say. "Why would you do that?" I ask. "It's not like you would understand." "Then help me understand." She looks at me, hints of both regret and pride in her eyes. "This is what I was bred for." "What do you mean?" I ask, chilled to the bone by her words. She hesitates and says nothing in response, so I reach over and gently take her hand. "Look, no matter who it is that you think you are, I cannot bear the idea of losing you, to see you get slaughtered in the street like an animal at the hands of Zafan." Her eyes dilate. She lightly squeezes my hands. "I'd sooner start a war with them myself than let that happen. It wouldn't be my first conflict against them." "You were in the war with the Zafan?" she asks. "On the front lines," I tell her, crossing my brows in thought. "I saw things that no one on this planet should ever have to see. Fuck, I've been witness to things that no one even has the sick imagination to think of." Aaliyah moves a hand to my arm as I continue speaking. "I had to watch people die, and not just enemy troopers, but civilians too. Where others laughed at executing Zafan innocents, I cringed. I'll never forget their dying faces as they pleaded for their lives, and I can't ever forgive myself for being a part of it. I was just a soldier. I had my orders from the higher-ups that I couldn't refuse because... Elia strokes my cheek, wiping a tear away from my face. If I ever went against what I was told, I wouldn't be able to take care of my ailing mother. I had no choice if she was to be looked after, but it doesn't make the pain any easier. So if you know what it's like to see someone so repulsive, why do you still want to be with me? I look up into her welling eyes. Because no matter what it is you've done or want to do, I don't think you're a monster. I've seen eyes of evil, and you don't have them. I see pain in yours as I do with mine, and that's why I understand you. A tear cascades down her cheek. But you don't fully know the extent of what I've done, nor of the sins I've committed to avenge my mother. I gently grasp her by the shoulders, gazing at her longingly. Then tell me everything about how terrible you think you are, and I'll show you why you're far from it.
Chapter 29. Elia, can I do this? Can I divulge everything about me to this man? All of my deepest and darkest secrets have only remained known to me. But that is all about to change. Whether it's for the best or worst, well, I'm about to find that out. Here goes nothing. Remember what I said about being bred for this? I tell Azran, peering down at my open hands. These hands, My throat seizes up, the confession anchoring itself in the pit of my stomach. I feel like I'm about to faint, but I suck it up and force the words out of my mouth. Azran, the killer that you've been pursuing all this time, well, you're holding her right now. I tense up in anticipation of him turning on me, but he remains still, somehow encouraging me to say more. My mother's death came at the hands of the Zafan, as you already know. The one who killed her, he was my first victim. I went into it filled with rage I had never experienced before, and when I took his life, all it did was fuel me to go after all of the others tied to my mother's death. Azran tilts his head, raising an eyebrow. I wasn't just out to take their lives. I wanted to reap their souls and strike fear into their hearts, so I started leaving my signature from the second kill onwards. You saw the files, you know what I'm talking about, I tell him, referring to my preferred method of killing. I became obsessed with planning all of my murders out and pulling them off with precision. That's why I went as far as I did to humiliate them in death. I relished the disturbance I was creating in New Solus. Azran's eyes move elsewhere. His mouth slowly parts. My heart starts pumping faster. I'm eager to hear what he has to say and scared at the same time. All of this you did for your mother, he remarks. Yeah, my mother. I groan. I guess he doesn't quite know what to make of all of this just yet. She didn't deserve to die the way she did, without an ounce of dignity. Recalling her death, my anxiety becomes replaced by a sudden burst of anger. I clench my fists. Do you know what? I'd go after every single Zafan if it meant I could get to the man responsible for my mother's murder. Zephon. Had he not tricked her with empty promises of becoming one of their kind, she'd be right here with me. But no, she was assured everything would be okay, that she wouldn't be caught spying on the Prexa. Elia. I don't hear him as I continue ranting. I can't blame her for taking the job. She was desperate to make things better for her and I. When she inevitably got caught, do you know what that nasty scoundrel did? He denied everything, and she suffered because of that. The darkness inside of me dissipates as I slowly return to reality. I peer up at Azran. His face remains attentive and focused on me. So now you know why I am the way I am, moulded into this monster that I've become. Azran suddenly closes the distance between us, planting a kiss on my lips. He grabs my head and I grab him, a burst of passion igniting between us. I'm shocked as he pulls away from me. You still don't think any differently of me? I ask. How could I when you told me you did all of this for your mother? I'm sure this isn't how she would have wanted you to deal with her death, but you were not born this way. I'd be a hypocrite if I was to judge you. He chuckles, not out of amusement but from stark realization. You and I are more alike than you know. That makes two of us who have committed abominable sins for our mothers. No one ever thought of us and how we'd be affected after going through what we did. Azran peers down at his opened hand. No one ever taught us how to deal with our traumas. But I still love you just the same as I always have Aaliyah, if not more. Part of me thinks this is all some pleasant dream, and that in reality, I'm being hauled to prison for my crimes. But this is all real, and I'm overwhelmed by his reaction. Now more than ever, I feel closer to him than before, grateful that he still loves me, even after willingly admitting everything. Nothing's going to happen to me, right? I ask. No, and I'll make sure of that, Ilya. I think it's best you move in with me for the time being. He pulls me into his arms. I feel at ease as I lay my head on his chest. Zephon is still out there somewhere, I say. I can't rest until I find him and give him what he deserves. Shush, he whispers, stroking the back of my head. I'll have Zephon taken care of. I meant what I said about not letting you take a risk. Knowing he won't budge, I leave it. I rest assured knowing Azran will see to it that Zephon is brought before justice. It may not be death at my hands, but he'll pay, and then my mother can finally rest in peace. For the first time in forever, I feel safe. I love you, Azran. I love you too, Elia.
Chapter 30. Azran. The silence can't be good. I don't think I have ever been more tense in my life. I don't think I was this tense even on the middle of the battlefield. I open my mouth to speak, because General Sinel's eyes have glazed over, and he is now gazing into the distance. But then I think better of it. You don't know what he's going to say, but surely his response won't be positive. Now that Aliyah's secret is out, General Sinel will feel obligated to report her to the Zafin. And that will probably end the ceasefire, I think to myself. And my body goes cold as dread seeps into my skin. I almost jump a foot into the air when Sinel turns and walks over to the window. The sun is setting over Sarzirok, and color ripples across the sky in stages as the sunlight disappears slowly. I'm starting to think that Sinel's silence is a terrible thing, when he turns to me and bursts into a hearty chuckle. He stuffs his hands into the pockets of his trousers and throws his head back, laughing. My general might be laughing, but the tension has not dissolved from my shoulders yet. My jaw is still tightly clenched, so tightly clenched that it is almost painful. But then Sinel looks at me with a grin on his face, and I know that everything is okay. Why don't you put the kettle on? His voice is mild, and he lifts a hand to rub his chin thoughtfully. I could do with a mug of hot kafo right about now. I follow his orders like I have been doing for all of my adult life. As I make the kafo, I do my best to make it perfectly. I'm quite sure that whatever I do now determines Aliyah's future. When I turn back to Sinel, the lights in my apartment are flickering on, powered by demon magic. The sun has set almost completely, and in a few minutes, Neomia and Idea will rise, spreading their bright light across Ikoth. Sarzirok's sky remains tinged with red, though, no matter how dark the sky becomes. That is how it always has been, at least for as long as I've been in the city. And it will never change. And now I'll probably never get to go back to Bilganith. I'll never be able to settle down. And Aliyah and I will never be together properly. Well, Sinel speaks after he has downed half a cup of his kafo. The buzzard certainly deserved it. I choke on the hot kafo that I just swallowed, and I cough loudly before I regain my composure. You don't have to worry, my boy. Sinel waves me away as I stand and start to list all the things that both Aliyah and I have done. What do you mean? I don't have to worry, I ask him heatedly. Sinel sighs and folds his hands in his lap. Then he looks at me with the stern expression that he uses on the new recruits. I mean, you don't have to worry. I will ensure that the Zafin do not pursue this murder any further, and I won't engage with them over this matter any longer either. But you can't just do that, I protest. My mind spins on and on as I think of all the ways that Sinel is jeopardizing himself for me. They'll want answers. One of their own was killed. Would you give up if one of them murdered one of your soldiers? Of course not, the general says placidly. But that is not the case here. Listen, we may be cooperating with them, but the truth remains that they are still our enemies. I have no interest in protecting their rights or interests. What about the ceasefire? Won't this affect the ceasefire that the king signed? Neomia, ever the fast one, is already halfway up in the sky. She is in her waning phase now, while Idea, who is slowly rising behind her, is waxing. The light of the two moons is faint, but luckily Sarzirok, and most of Ikoth, is lit up. The lights of the city are run by demon magic, like the lights in my apartment, so we have never had to rely on the natural light provided by Aerasak. My general shrugs and pulls an envelope out of the inside of his jacket. He opens it and reads through the letter inside quickly. I've been wanting to get those fucking birds out of this city for so long, he speaks almost wearily. I cannot help but wonder at what was in the letter. I'll take care of it. I will take care of everything. You really do not have to worry. You are telling me not to worry, but all I can do is worry, I say to him, and take a heavy seat at the kitchen table. This is not good for me, or for Elia. I trust that he won't sell either of us out. But how could he possibly solve this without exposing us? Without exposing Elia? How could he protect us? I wonder then if I should get Elia out of Sarzirok. Maybe I should get her out of Ikoth completely. Maybe I can send her to Vesnios. Vilko will help me. Maybe she can stay with his family for now. I'm halfway through constructing this plan when General Sinel speaks again. Besides, it isn't your problem any longer. I am discharging you from the reserves. You have served your people and this land admirably. You deserve to live your life now. You're doing what? I nearly choke on the words. Sinel looks at me with raised eyebrows. Isn't that what you've always wanted? To retire and go live in that little seaside town and take care of your mother? Now you can do that, and you can take your little friend with you. You can spend your days catching season, and you won't even have to work because we're pensioning you out. But, I stutter over the word. But don't you need me? The ceasefire might still hold steady, but that doesn't mean that the war is over. My boy, I am giving you a way out. You should take it. Besides, we've gotten 1,000 new recruits who are all thinking the same as you. I can't speak. I have no words to express what I'm feeling. You could finally be happy. You could take Elia with you if that is what she wanted. I can imagine it as I sit there, looking blankly at General Sinel. He smiles down at me benevolently, and then takes a pipe out of his pocket and lights it. He turns away from me as he puffs on the pipe which is filling the apartment with smoke. Usually, I would never allow anyone to smoke inside, but he is my superior officer after all, and he is giving me a way out of the life I have grown to hate. My boy. He turns back to me and clears his throat. He is silhouetted by the moonlight, and his skin glows in the dark. You have carried the burden off the war for too long. You have always been a good soldier. You have been loyal. Now is your time for rest. I nod at him dumbly as my future in Bilganeth with Elia plays out in my head. We'll live on the beach. I'll wake up early every day and make breakfast, and every evening I'll bring fresh season home. We'll spend our days in the fresh air, away from the troubles of the city, away from the war, away from the Zafen, and we will both finally have peace. Thank you. My voice is gruff when I finally stand again. General Sinel nods at me. You did well, especially with Zephon. That was particularly artistic. I quite enjoyed reading all about that one. And seeing the Zephanian general practically lose his mind over it was funny too. I cannot help but laugh, and soon both General Sinel and I are laughing. I don't know how I'll manage without the war, I find myself saying as I walk him out. Many men have said that before, he says with a small smile on his face. But you find a way in the end. War is addictive, but addictions can kill. Anyway, I'm not giving you a choice. I don't want to see you anywhere near the base again. The warning is clear. And I nod my thanks as we shake hands and he leaves.
Chapter 31. Elia. I am wrapping up my shift in the bakery, serving my last customer of the day. As I hand the bag of pastries to an elderly Sosgaroth, the senior citizen tilts his head at me. You know, I've been coming here for years, and I've seen you working behind this counter for all of that time. There's something different about you these days. You seem happier. Well, I have reasons to be, I tell him with a smile. You take care now. After the customer leaves, I remain still for a few moments, pondering on what he said to me. I guess I must carry myself differently nowadays if a stranger notices something different about my mien. I'm about to begin closing up shop when Tonnelan emerges from the back. You go on home, I got this. Are you sure? I ask. The boss kept his promise to stop making moves on me, but he has really mellowed out over the past while. I'm sure. Okay, thanks, boss. I hang up my apron and grab my stuff, making a swift and merry exit out of the door. I'm so happy to be off early. It means I have more time for tonight's special celebration. My close friend Vilko is due to leave soon, keen on heading back to his trading routes after an extended amount of time off. I have his favourite pastries tucked away in my bag for him. I make a stop to pick up some drinks on the way home. During my journey, I pass by the bar where he introduced me to the love of my life, smiling at the memories we made together. No longer do I view that night with hatred as I once did, now that the ghost who reappeared that night was dead and rotting in the ground. I'll get us all to go back there for drinks when he returns. After a nice, refreshing walk home, I stroll up to the front door, stepping inside to hear the party has already gotten started between Azran and Vilko. Trying to get a head start, are we? I call out. Ah, Elia! I was just telling Azran we should wait for you, but he was very insistent, yells Vilko. That ain't true, snarls Azran. You're lucky I don't kick your shiny tail with the amount of hogwash you come out with. Pour me one, I say, joining them in the living room. I hug Vilko and greet Azran with a kiss. Together, we each throw up our glasses, clinking them before knocking them back. I reach for the bottle of amaranth, pouring us all another glass. I'm quite sad you're leaving, I tell Vilko. Me too, he replies. Alas, duty calls. We'll miss having you around. You should come to visit again when you have the chance. You can always stay with us, says Azran. Oh, I know that, chuckles Vilko with a cheeky grin. Who knows? Maybe out in the world I'll find a girl to call my own. Well, I hope you do, says Azran, turning to look at me. The right girl can change your life in the best way. He rises to his feet, making his way to the kitchen to attend to a pot of simmering food. Vilko and I share another round. You did good with him. I never thought the stubborn bastard would find love, but here we are. You must really love him. I do, more than anything. Vilko smiles. I heard about how he lent a hand in your Zafan problem. Yeah, I say softly as I gaze at Azran, busy at work dishing up our dinner. For a demon, he's far more of a man and a good person than any Zafan I've ever met. Enough chit-chat, says Azran. Let's eat. Each of us tuck into a hearty meal. As I eat and listen to the others laugh and converse, I'm reminded that this is my new life. I no longer have to endure the thought of Zephon lingering in the back of my mind. He still sometimes pops into my head out of habit, but the peace that Azran has brought into my life always brings me back to a good place. Soon, we're deep into the evening, sharing a bottle of Azran's finest vintage Pakir. Thank you for the occasion, you two, beams Vilko, raising his glass at us. The night is still young, yet it's already one to remember for the ages. I believe that now the time has come for us to be moving on. Wait, are you leaving already? I ask, leaning forward in my seat. Oh no, not quite. It's just that this night isn't only about me, you see. I question. I don't understand. Vilko's eyes move behind me, then back to mine. Well, why don't you turn around and you'll see just what I mean? He chuckles, wearing his signature grin. I raise an eyebrow at him, then spin around. A hand throws itself to cover my gasping mouth as I come upon a shocking sight. Down on one knee before me is Azran, peering up at me with admiration in his eyes. In his hands is a small black box. He opens it, revealing a gold-rimmed diamond ring. I can't find the words, only staring at my lover in disbelief. He takes one of my hands. Elia, I knew you were special ever since the night we met. Since then, you've never left my mind or my heart. Spending all of this time together has allowed me to realize that my heart is indeed where you belong. My hand starts shaking. Azran smiles as he strokes it in circles to calm me down. For the first time, I feel safe and at home with someone, that someone being you. It's a feeling I never thought I would have the privilege of experiencing, but my time with you has taught me to expect the unexpected. On top of all of the greatness you've instilled in my life, there's only one more addition that can make things better between us, and that would be you taking my hand in marriage. I finally muster the courage and strength to speak, but at the same time, I feel as though I'm about to pass out. Yes, I exclaim, leaping into his arms. He falls to the floor, the both of us laughing. His kiss fills me with vigor as he holds me. We rise to our feet as Vilko approaches, laughing. Well, I have to say, I think I make a pretty damn good matchmaker. I'm inclined to agree, I say to him with a smile. If not for you, I never would have met the love of my life. If not for him, you never would have lived in this city, says Azran. What? I ask in confusion. Never lived here, what do you mean? Elia, calls Vilko. I have something that I must confess to you. Do you remember hopping aboard a boat to Sarzirok that departed from New Solus? Yeah, how do you know about that? Well, I was the captain of that boat, he says with a smile. Luckily for you, I wasn't charging any fares that day. You were there? I gasp. Vilko, I can't believe this. You could have reported me, why didn't you? I have a soft spot for pretty girls. He chuckles, shrugging his shoulders. Plus, New Solus is a haven for Zafan. I figured you had a good reason for wanting to get out of there. You let me come here, I mutter. I almost pinch myself, thinking that I must be dreaming. That's right. I recognized you that day I wandered into your bakery. I always wondered where you ended up, and now here you are, engaged to my best friend. I can't wait for the ceremony. The wedding, I exclaim, having momentarily forgotten about it with this sudden revelation. But we haven't even planned it. And what about your return to work? Well, I'm obviously going to stay for the ceremony, he laughs. I can afford to stay a few more days, and as for your wedding, well... Azran's strong hand lays itself on my shoulder. I turn around, looking up into his loving eyes. He runs a finger down my cheek. The night is still young, as Vilko said, so let us enjoy ourselves this evening. Afterwards, though, you better go and pack. We three have somewhere to be.
Chapter 32. Azran, my mother has always maintained that Bilganith is an extra special town because the sun rises over it every day. I always tell her that is what happens when a city faces the east, but my mother, who is quite religious, insists that the gods and goddesses have their hand on the tiller, so to speak, when it comes to Bilganith. And part of me might agree with her, though I'll never admit it out loud to her. Because in my eyes, Bilganith is the perfect place to live. It is as warm and muggy as the rest of Ikoth. It is a port city, and the population is quite small. Bilganith's beach stretches on for miles and miles as far as the eye can see, and most of its citizens live right near the beach. Despite being smaller than Sarzirok, Bilganith is almost as prosperous as the bigger city, although it is a lot cleaner. This is because a lot of Sarzirok's trade comes through the ports here. Now, Elia and I walk down the boardwalk towards the far end of the port. We walk hand in hand, and we have been receiving unabashed, unashamed glances from strangers all morning. Elia is obviously tense, although I warned her that this would happen. But I think she is also anxious, because she is about to meet my mother. I don't know how this is going to go, I tell her, my voice gentle, when we are about 10 minutes away from my mother's home. But however it goes, remember that I love you, and nothing that anyone says will ever make me leave you. She nods, but her brow remains furrowed, and she continues to bite down on her lower lip. My mother, who uses a crutch, walks heavily towards us when we round the corner of the seawall and walk up to the front of the house. She gives a high-pitched scream, sending several black pitters flying into the air, and holds her arms out. "Hello, Mama." I let go of Aaliyah's hand and go over to my mother. For some reason, hugging my mother brings me a lot less comfort than it used to. "I've come home," I tell her when I let her go. "I'm staying here forever, and I've brought someone to meet you." My mother pulls away from me and glances over at Aaliyah, her shrewd eyes scanning my lover before she breaks into a smile. "At least you finally brought someone home." She turns to me, her voice stern, though there is a hint of mirth behind it. "And at least you aren't that tiny, compared to the other human girls I've seen." This she tells Aaliyah, whose face is red. But my mother's apparent approval seems to dissolve some of the tension that Aaliyah is feeling, because she breaks into an uncertain smile. "Now come in." She ushers us into the house while leaning heavily on her crutch. I know that my mother is quite ill, and that there have been no improvements in her health recently. But I also know that she is doing her best to remain cheerful, to make both Aaliyah and I comfortable. "I've been cooking since I got your letter," she tells me. I don't miss the chair that is stationed at the kitchen window. She must have been waiting for me there since I sent her the letter, I think to myself. "I told you not to go overboard, Ma," I tell her as we sit down at the cramped kitchen table, which groans underneath the weight of all the delicacies that my mother has cooked. "You know you're not supposed to be on your feet for too long." My mother waves me off. Other signs of her illness are evident in her face and hands. Her skin used to be a bright red like mine. Now it is more purple, and it is constantly swollen, and it looks almost bruised. Lumps have developed on the joints of her fingers, and I know she is dealing with a lump on her leg. For a second, anxiety and anger surge through me, but Aaliyah must notice, because she reaches out to grab my hand. We pray before we eat, though my mother never mentions any of the names of our gods or goddesses, as is the custom. "Now," my mother stands with difficulty after we finish eating. "Are you going to show Aaliyah your surprise?" Aaliyah looks at me curiously as I lead her out of the house, towards a small structure that stands in the distance. It is a cottage, which is closer to the beach than my mother's house, though it is only a few minutes away from my mother's home. It is whitewashed with a thatch roof, and a small garden of Aerasak blossoms are blooming out front. "This is ours," I tell her excitedly. Aaliyah looks at me, her eyes wide. "Are you serious?" "Yes. I sent my mother the money and she arranged everything." "Wow." And we walk forward, hand in hand, to explore our new home. My mind begins to wander. I'm not sure where my mother found a Sazgoroth demon to perform the wedding rites, but she managed somehow. My mother also managed to find a few of our family members to attend the small ceremony, and Vilko arrives at the last minute, looking incredibly dapper with a Gorgon woman on his arm. Aaliyah comes walking out of the cottage, our cottage, with Aerasak blossoms threaded through her long hair. Demonic wedding ceremonies are quite complicated usually, but my mother cannot be outside for long, so Vilko threatens the Sazgoroth demon before he starts. First, Aaliyah and I are instructed to hold hands by the Sazgoroth demon. Then Vilko walks over to us with a Masoa bead bracelet and wraps it around our joined hands. Masoa beads are made from volcanic rock from the volcanoes that surround Ikoth. Some demonic myths claim that we were born from the volcanoes, after the gods and goddesses breathed life into the volcanoes. Now Masoa beads are part of most demonic rituals. Then Vilko steps back, and the Sazgoroth invokes the gods and goddesses without saying their real names and asks them to voice their objections to the union. I know that several of my family members are probably disapproving of my union to Aaliyah, so we all wait with bated breath for the goddess of chaos to send a bolt of lightning our way. But it never comes. Then we are instructed to recite our vows while a fire is lit in a circle around us. "Together we remain bound," Aaliyah recites each line perfectly. I'm quite sure that my mother kept her up all night practicing. Bound by rock and love, and bound by the blessings of the gods. Together, we remain bound, melded by fire. Together, we remain bound, throughout the night and into the day, for now and for all eternity. Vilko cheers then, although we are all supposed to remain silent to give the gods and goddesses some time to bless the union. My mother snorts at this display of enthusiasm before she bursts into a raspy chuckle. I'm just glad you finally did this. I thought I'd never see this moment. My mother grumbles when I go up to her, with Aaliyah bound to me, to kiss her. The circle of fire burns merrily as we head over to the small tables that have been set up with food and water. Aaliyah and I take a plate to my mother, who is talking animatedly with Vilko's date. I never thought this would happen for me, Aaliyah says, and I know it is the truth, and not an exaggeration. She never thought that she would be happy. But it has happened, and my mother likes you, so your life will be pretty easy. Everyone in Bilganith knows her, and they're all afraid of her. Elia laughs, nearly choking on her wine, and she keeps laughing until tears fall from her eyes. Vilko walks up to us, lifting a glass in the air. Here's a toast, he says gravely. I know that he is very drunk right now. A toast to the living, and a toast to being bound by rock and fire and all that. Yes, Aaliyah says seriously after we clink our glasses together. I think it is time for me to focus on the living, and I know exactly what she means.
Chapter 33. Elia. This was so perfect. I cannot help but gush as we look out at the scene around us. Azran and I are still linked by the Mesoa rock bracelet that the Sosgaroth demon who married us tied around our hands. The Mesoa rock is pitch black with a silver hue and shimmers in the moonlight that shines down from Edea. Neomia is nowhere to be seen tonight. Tonight, only one moon hangs in the sky. It is as if the gods and goddesses knew that I needed a night free of the reminder of the Zafan. I'm glad you liked it. Azran lifts my hand to his mouth and kisses the back of my palm. I smile up at him, and we wander over to one of the tables where food is being served. There are very few people at this wedding. Vilko is there to represent both Azran and I. Azran's mother is attending the wedding, and some of his distant family members are also in attendance. But not everyone approved of a demon having a human bride, and that really cut down on the numbers. And of course I have no one. I cried about it at first before the wedding when I realised that aside from Vilko, I would be completely alone. But I think I came to terms with it. Besides, I am no longer alone. I look down at the bracelet that links Azran and I, while he scarfs down a plate of braised dryper meat. I will never be alone again. We only retire for the night after 2 a.m. We wait for all the guests to leave, and then we help clear up the slight mess we made on the beach. We also disentangle ourselves from the Mesoa bracelet, though Azran folds it up carefully and places it in his pocket. We are already bound together for life, but I know that we both want to keep the bracelet as proof. Afterwards, Azran helps his mother home. Despite her illness, she was determined to spend the entire night with us. But by the time everyone else has left, she is so weak and exhausted that Azran practically has to carry her home. I am waiting for him outside the front door to our cottage when he returns. I already kicked off my shoes and pulled my hair out of its ornate braid. The flowers, Aracin blossoms that grow on the beach in patches that I threaded through my hair for the wedding, have fallen to the ground. My breath catches in my throat as Azran walks up to the cottage. I can't believe all this is mine. After all this time, this is all mine. Edea's light shines bright and burning tonight. Usually Neomia is the brighter and stronger of the 2 moons. But tonight it is as if Edea is taking full advantage of Neomia's absence. And right now Azran is standing in the centre of one of Edea's moonbeams. His red skin glows, and his horns, which are darker even than the night sky, glint in the moonlight. He pauses at the gate of the cottage before he strides confidently up the path. As if the situation we are in is nothing new to him. As if he has been preparing for this marriage, for this house, for me, his entire life. He doesn't wait for me to speak, but scoops me up into his arms. My arms go around his neck as he kicks the door open, and then strides over the threshold before shouldering the door closed. "Welcome home," he breathes, and our lips meet. Check out the uncut version on Kindle Unlimited.
Chapter 34. Gelged. I throw down the files on the table in front of me. It lands with the pages open on the newest report, the latest addition to the intel on this case. Grunting, I look at it from a distance, reading the grisly details of the murder of Zephon, the head Zaffin who had been assigned to this case. I never liked the guy to begin with. It wasn't solely because he was Zaffin, but there had always been something fishy about him. In some alternate reality where we caught the killer, I'm sure he wouldn't have hesitated to take the credit for himself and find some way to imply we were aiding them. The explanation provided to me by Azron and Aliyah made sense. I, alongside them, am more than glad he is dead. But now I'm looking down the tunnel of problems this will create for me. The murder is only going to complicate things, but I remind myself to stand my ground. Another general by the name of Folson enters my office as I mull over the report. "This is bad. Really bad," he remarks. "Don't have to tell me twice," I groan. "How did things get this way?" he asks. "You know now what the Zaffin are likely to do if they do get answers?" "I know," I reply. "A high-ranking official murdered on our territory is grounds for a declaration of war." "It's going to take a miracle to prevent this," he says, shaking his head. "Surely they won't go that far," I tell my fellow general, "especially if they want to keep portraying this image of being the good, all-righteous folk that they show to all of Aerasak. Maybe. Maybe not. After all, we all know they'd wipe us out for good if they got the chance. Perhaps you're right. Fucking high and mighty pricks. Even if they have a dark side. Do you know what the only difference is between us and them? We're honest about being a bunch of bloodthirsty animals." "Yeah," chuckles Folson. "I'd better go check if there's any comms being relayed about all this." With that, he makes a swift exit. I am by my lonesome in my office. I look at the name of the agent that is, or now was, assigned to the case. "Azron, you son of a gun. Azron Magthalith has to be long gone by now. Part of me is glad he found a way out of this mess. He was one of my best men and one of the few people in this world who deserves to live a life in peace, especially since he had been dragged back into this at my hand, a move I never wanted to use on him. Looking out my window, I reflect on where he may be and hope he's enjoying himself. May we never meet again, I say. I envision him walking off into the horizon with that girl of his hooked around his arm, the human Aliyah. While I'm happy he got the send-off that he has earned for his years of service, his absence only serves as a cold reminder of the revolving door the army has become. The vast majority of the men who have served under me are gone, injured, or dead. I'm glad Azron got out alive, but I'm here alone again. And for what? The monotony of this role is beginning to eat away at my sanity, and I'm not sure just how much longer I'll be able to do this. I am bred for fighting, I say to myself, clenching a bruised and calloused fist. Not for some damn desk job. Sitting in my chair reviewing documents and issuing commands all day would get nothing done. These damned Zaffin and their mission for peace. All they have done is made things far worse in Sarzirach. Resting next to the intel file on my desk are various reports of the Zaffin troopers causing unnecessary trouble with the civilians on our streets. Reading them only aggravates me. Why on Aerasak did they decide to come here? I say aloud. The peace treaty was working just fine until they rolled around. Those fuckers just couldn't let some killer who hadn't been seen in years die off. I spot the Zaffin embassy from where I am. Their presence is causing a good city to rot, and I have a feeling that it'll spread to the rest of the country in due time. My mind returns to the issue of Zephon's death. I know for a fact that all the diplomats in that wretched embassy are likely calling for conflict. Is it really a war that they're looking for? While I'd rather have the city remain safe, I know that ultimately I would happily go to war with the Xaphen. Nothing would do this city any better than to rid it of the plague that is the Xaphen. I'm in the middle of meddling with my thoughts when General Folsom comes back into my office. I spin around to be greeted by his alarmed expression. "Pardon me, but there has been a summoning of your presence called for by the top elite," he blurts out. "Major Ilgeron?" I ask in surprise. "Yes. I better leave the embassy and get to the military headquarters then." I grab my hat and pull it tight on my head. I make a swift exit out of the embassy and head directly for the headquarters, curious to find out just why I've been asked for by the top man in the country. For him to summon a specific individual isn't an everyday occurrence, and it is usually grounds for a special task. Could it be what I've been dreaming of? I ask myself. Perhaps he'll send me off to the front lines where all of the action is, or it might be a recon mission deep in the enemy territory. I grow excited at the list of possibilities. It had been far too long since I was assigned field duty, but I haven't forgotten all of the required knowledge needed to be a good soldier. For years, I kept my learning material from the academy by my bedside. It's not exactly light reading, but I had to keep my body and my mind sharp in case I was ever called upon again. But then the stark realization hits me. What if this spells trouble? After all, there had been barely any movement in the right direction with my last mission. A failure is a more accurate way to label it, thanks to the death of the lead Xaphen with whom I was working closely. If anything, all I had accomplished was proving that the killer still existed, and that they were at large in Sarzirok. At least that's what the Major might make of all of this. I remind myself to cover for Azron to the best of my abilities, but deep inside, I know I'll be screwed if I admit to defying orders just for the sake of protecting him and his new woman. Regardless, I keep my head held high as I approach the military base. The main structure looms high, its skyscraper height going beyond the clouds. The sight alone is enough to incite fear in the civilians of the city. The patrol guard out front throws up a salute when he spots me walking towards the entrance. "General Gelged, sir," he shouts. "Major Ilgeron is expecting you. I'll open the gate." If the subordinates are still showing me respect, then perhaps it may not be bad news that the Major has for me. The thought gives me enough courage to delve deeper into the base. I enter the main tower, marching right up to the reception area. All around me, subordinates and other staff look my way, some of them even pointing as if I'm famous. So everyone seems to know I'm coming, eh? "General Gelged Sinel here to report to Major Ilgeron." I'm escorted to an elevator powered by magic. The ride up to the Major's office on the top floor takes a full 2 minutes, the longest 2 minutes I've ever experienced in my life. The door opens, revealing before me the Major's office. The room is vast and wide. Plaques upon plaques of military accolades and achievements line the wall, as well as pictures of victories at some of history's most important battles. I march to the desk where Major Ilgeron has his back turned to me. He looks out over the city, which is visible through wisps of clouds. "You summoned me, sir." The chair turns slowly, revealing a grim expression on the face of my superior. He gestures to the chair beside me. "Have a seat, General. We have much to talk about."
Thank you so much for listening to Her Demon Mate. If you enjoyed this book and want to stay up to date with releases, please like and subscribe. Just click down below. It's free with your YouTube account. Thanks again, and welcome to the world of Protheka.